What's going on, guys? It is Eclipse Day. Sorry for the little delay. We were switching some sources around so that we can bring you the best eclipse coverage. We're going to have cameras set up across the path of totality and outside of totality. We're going to look at the weather, too. I know there's been a lot of questions, and thank you guys for the conversations over the last couple of days on YouTube. We're coming at you live on clickorlando.com. We are also on News 6 Plus, and, of course, on the Just Weather YouTube channel and the WKMG Click Orlando YouTube channel. So what you're seeing here is the start of the eclipse across the path of totality. Mazatlan, Mexico is up first, and we do have some clearer skies breaking free. Every now and then, of course, we're going to switch different views up. So what you're seeing in the middle here is the satellite looping. We should be able to see the things darken on a satellite. You'll see a shadow go across that middle frame there. You will see things kind of darken up from the satellite perspective as the satellite is obviously above the cloud cover. So that's going to be something pretty cool to watch. And then we're going to bring you views of totality, hoping that the weather cooperates. So every now and then I'm going to switch back between the eclipse and our weather computer here, because I know that there are people trying their hardest to see this eclipse, and the weather is not cooperating too much. So let me stand by just 1 second. We're going to kind of look at some different views here. Every now and then I'm just going to switch up some of our sources, so bear with me as we go through all of that. What you are going to be looking at here, and I can bring this up full, this is the time to totality. So this is wherever you are on this map. So as we get into, as this crosses into the United States, totality, or the eclipse starts at 1:30 Central Time. So really in about 10 minutes here, we're going to get stuff started right along the Mexico-Texas border, and then this slides on up. I want to now switch to the weather computer, and we are going to see things. Let me bring that over. All right. So those two yellow lines that we see right here, this is the path of totality. Where we have the clouds right now, and keep posting in the comments where you're tuning in from, any questions. We're going to get to that over the time we broadcast together, and this is going to go until about 4:30 here. And this is where we have the cloud. Again, we talked about we were going to have some big-time issues in San Antonio. There we go on the north side of town. Now, if you're further up to the west of San Antonio, we actually do have a very small sliver of clear skies. So Austin not doing the greatest. Same with us in San Antonio. We need that eclipse to get here quick, because you notice where those clouds are starting to advance from the Gulf of Mexico, out of Corpus Christi, out of Houston, and coming up from the Mexico border. So we have all that stuff pushing through. That's that extra moisture. We'll go up the line of totality. Right now, we're doing okay in Dallas. We have clouds around, but if we catch it perfectly, we'll be all right. Same for us in Waco right now. Closer to the Texas-Oklahoma border, we have some clouds pushing through. Optimistic that we can catch it okay anyway. That's what we're going to be battling. Now, we're doing all right at this time in Little Rock. Obviously, we need to keep this rolling as we move into totality for us in central Arkansas. Moving up into the southeast corner of Missouri, this is, of course, where X marks the spot from the 2017 total solar eclipse. Carbondale area, extreme southeast Missouri, we're doing okay right now. There's Carbondale, there's Poplar Bluff. Right now, just a few of those high, thin clouds. We've been talking about that over the last 10 days, that we'd be okay in this area, but there would be some clouds to contend with. Evansville into Paducah, just some high clouds around right now. Bloomington into Indianapolis, just some higher clouds. Same for us in Muncie into parts of western Ohio. Again, that very faint film on your screen. You see that? We don't want those to be there at the time of totality. That is where we had the clouds at this present time. We'll move further up the path of totality into Cleveland and Akron. We're doing all right on the western side of Lake Erie. We need some luck here in Erie, Pennsylvania, in northern Pennsylvania. Again, there are some breaks in the clouds. Where we're really having some trouble with this is going to be closer to Bradford, PA, Buffalo, New York, Rochester, New York. We're locked in it. We're locked in it. Same for us into Syracuse. We have a couple of breaks into Watertown, New York right now. Burlington, Vermont, we're doing okay. We have some of those higher, thin, wispy clouds out there. And then as we move into northern Vermont, we're doing all right. We're doing really, really good in Maine. Again, we talked about this really 2 weeks ago, that northern tier of this path of totality was going to be unbelievable. Obviously, you get the several minutes of totality, plus you get the clear skies. And obviously, you need to have both for this thing to pan out just the way you want it. So we're doing great in Maine. We're doing great in New Brunswick, just a few passing clouds right now. Into Newfoundland, we have a few clouds around. We got to keep these clouds away. Those are going to try to advance in by the time the eclipse gets there around 5 o'clock local time. All right, so let's back this up. There's an gnarly little storm system out there, too, by the way, out in the North Atlantic. So we are going to be on cloud watch again as we watch this for the next couple of hours. I want to bring you back now, too. Let's see what source this is. This is going to be RM8 will take you there. This is in Kerrville, Texas. So we just talked about in just minutes away that we would start to get the eclipse beginning. So this is what I like to call the Pac-Man phase. So this is when the moon is now taking a bite. The shadow is starting to move across the earth here. This is in totality. So we will have totality in Kerrville, and it's certainly good that you can see some of those clouds moving across the screen, by the way. So every now and then you see these kind of wispy things. Those are the clouds. So it's doing enough to be able to see it. Again, we want to get those out of there for the path of totality. Every now and then you might see me look to different directions. I have different monitors across, making sure that we're not missing any kind of views here. Let's see what the satellite view is showing and if we can start to see things dim. So this is going to be the full satellite view where we're kind of watching. The path of totality is overlaid on here. It is very, very light. And when we get some of the latest data to show up, you'll be able to see this darken. You'll be able to actually see the moon shadow. So it's cool. We'll be able to keep checking back on that. And again, this is what we don't want right here to happen at the moment of totality, because things could be going great, but we need it clear for those few minutes as we hear. So that is in Kerrville, Texas. Let's see. I'm not sure where this is from, but here is another view of what is going on, another telescope view. And note what is really cool, too. Those little black dots in the center of the sun, those are sunspots. So really sweet, especially if you have a telescope. Now, remember, it's bad enough to look at the sun directly without any solar protection, approved solar protection, but you will really, really screw up your eyes if you look through a telescope while that is happening, because it's going to be magnified and it'll come right in through that scope. So you need to have that filter, not on the eyepiece, but actually on the other thing too, because the sun can ruin the instrument itself. So keep that as well. And again, we're here hanging out, having a conversation. So no matter where you are watching from, whether it's on the Click Orlando live feed, whether it's on the Just Weather live feed or New 6 Plus, welcome to everybody. Again, this is the day we've been waiting for. This is the day that we have been forecasting for. So certainly really, really cool. Constance, how's it going on the WKMG Click Orlando page? Welcome. Hope you're doing well as we watch the 2024 total solar eclipse. Have a really sweet view here, and every now and then you might see these feeds change a little bit. So let me get you back out. This is obviously somewhere. I don't know where it is. This is a really cool shot. Here's let me get you to this feed. SSA2 is where we're watching it. This is in Junction, Texas. Really awesome shot here. So what we're seeing, you see that disc where it's kind of carved out. That is the moon moving in between the earth and the sun. That is how we get that total solar eclipse or partial solar eclipse. It's the same thing, except the moon's disc completely covers it in totality. All right. All right, Light Claw, Shadow Smarch, welcome to the live stream. He says 12:23 in Hardy, Arkansas. So no eclipse yet. You're still a little way. Weather is clear, sunny, temperature 75 to 85, wind from the south-southeast. Awesome stuff as well. And we are going to continue to watch it. Let me know if the audio, people say it was a little low, so let me know if that's too loud now. Thank you for the heads up on that. All right, let me get all my comment feeds up here so that we can start bringing some comments over. And again, welcome to the live stream. Coming at you a bunch of places. Are you talking about, he's asking why is the sun looking like that? So that is what a zoomed in picture of the sun. All those are sunspots that you see there on the screen. So that's why this is a different kind of look than what you're used to seeing. And certainly you can't see that with unless you have a telescope. So this is a telescope view of what is going on with the solar eclipse. So that's why we're seeing it like that. All right, we're heading back to Mexico now as we're about halfway there to totality. All right, so here's a look now from Dallas, Texas. We are just getting things underway. Let me try to... Okay, so we're going to come out to this box here. What you see in the middle, this is the current satellite, high-resolution satellite. So as we get these latest images in, we should be able to see the moon's shadow coming up from the southwest into the northeast. Here's a really cool shot as we wait for totality. This is going to be the first spot, at least in North America, where we get totality. We're taking you back to Mazatlan, Mexico. Some of the resort cities, again, we're getting some bonus sunshine here. It looked like that we might have some issues right on the Pacific coast of Mexico, but things look like they are clearing up nicely, at least for the time being. Let's keep it that way for the path of totality. And here's up the road just a little bit. This is Junction, Texas. Again, it's a different kind of view. NASA's also going to bring us some views here, some different channels, so to speak, so that we can see what is going on with this. See if we can get any solar flares during this or anything cool like that, any of the activity. Back in 2017, there was a cool shot of totality. With some of those flares and CMEs popping off the sun. So that was really, really cool. So if you're just joining us, we're taking a live look at Junction, Texas. That is a very zoomed-in shot of the sun. Let me get you back to Mexico. This is going to be, let me change my source. And this is going to be the first place that we see totality. So we're about halfway there. As you see, that disc that is coming in from the right-hand portion of your screen. Okay, we lost that feed. Let me get back, or at least they switched it on me. Let me see here. All right, so now we're in a different portion of Mexico. Now, this is what I was talking about. We have the opportunity for a lot of clouds in Mexico. And, of course, if you're watching in Texas, you are seeing that as well. But we're hoping to get a little lucky here. Let me get you to a better view. We're going to go back to every time I go back, they keep on switching it. So now we're at San Diego. San Diego, of course, is not in totality, but it's a cool shot here of the partial eclipse. This is obviously a telescope view here, so you can clearly see where the sunspots are. In the bottom box there to the left, if you look down on the Brady Bunch thing there, that is the path of totality and some of the times. I can bring that up if anybody is interested while we are kind of waiting for some views to come back. And let's see here. Try to change up some sources. Let me go to... All right, so now we're back here. This is going to be the first spot. So this is going to be really, really cool. I know a lot of people have asked, one of the main questions that I received over the last, month that we've been talking about this, or a couple of months we've been talking about this. Well, how can... Okay, William, that is not a thing, by the way, so... No misinformation on this page, by the way. So take that out of here, William. Those are actual clouds. Hey, Mark in Plattsburgh. Okay, we'll check in on some of the clouds for you guys. Anything in Florida? Tiffany asks if anything is in Florida. We are going to get the partial portion, at least in Central Florida, underway in about 10 minutes. So we're going to start to see the bite taken out of the sun in a very short time. Of course, we are not in totality in Florida. Woody, that is not a thing. Those are what you call cirrus clouds, okay? Those are cirrus clouds, my friend. So there's... You got it. Jessica is right on the money there. Partial eclipse for Florida starting at 1:47. So we are about a little less than 15 minutes away from the partial portion. Make sure you have your glasses ready. And that'd be interesting to see if one of these telescopes do zoom in on the comet that is still not visible to the naked eye. So if you are in... Yeah, it is, Shar. And anybody that says otherwise is going to be blocked from the feed, because just look into it yourself. We're not going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about a really once or twice in a lifetime event here that is really, really cool. Again, we're not going to get another one in the U.S. until 2044, and that's going to be right up into the tip-top tier of the country, into the Dakotas and then into Western Canada. The big one comes back in 2045 and actually comes right on through Central Florida. So anybody watching from the Orlando area or Ocala or Kissimmee especially, we're going to get more than 6 minutes of totality in 2045. And speaking of which, if you are tuning in from Central Florida, we had a couple of questions about that. Here is the timeline, and this is, again, what we're kind of seeing. And I got my eye on Mexico right there, because that's where we're going to see the sun's atmosphere first. That's where we're going to see totality coming up. But I do want to show you this. This is how the eclipse is going to happen. And again, we're starting things off in just about 10 minutes in Central Florida. We will get 65% maximum eclipse, and that's going to happen just after 3 o'clock. And then the partial eclipse is going to end for the Central Florida area coming up at about 4:17. While I'm on the weather computer here, I want to show you this, and then we'll get back to some of the views, and I can actually... Let me change something up on this real quick. Let me get to my other source, and I can put what we are watching in there. Nope, not that. I want to put...
Middle piece here, and we tape that together.
So they are making a box. It's a live look from San Antonio. They're making one of those DIY boxes. So some cool stuff. All right, so on the big screen, of course, that's the important thing. That's why you're here. We're watching the eclipse live. But in that bottom box, a lot of people's questions that I was talking about before was, okay, how can the path move like this? How can it come up from southwest to the north and east? And the reason is because it's not the sun that is moving in that direction. Of course, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. We are looking at that path there, the moon's shadow, okay? So both the Earth and the moon rotate west to east. And we can see that motion evident as the reason why that is the eclipse moves from west to east. Then at the same time, the moon does not orbit the Earth on a flat plane. It's tilted by about 5 degrees. So that is why it's moving from south to north as well. So remember, it's not the sun that's moving in that direction. It's the Earth's shadow being cast on the Earth, or it's the moon's shadow, I should say, being cast upon the Earth. Now, for those also in totality, someone had mentioned about the Devil Comet, Comet Pans Brooks. It's out there as well. We're going to see if we can find that, if one of these telescopes that we have access to are going to show that or not. It's still not visible to the naked eye. We were hoping for one of those bursts that comets sometimes notoriously do, the unexpected kind of flare-ups as they head towards the sun. This one has not done that yet. There's still time for that to happen before the comet goes away completely, so something to still be looking for in the night sky. But in terms of the eclipse, not naked eye visible, but we're hoping that one of these can actually hopefully actually be able to see that in one of these things. Emily is asking, is anyone in the path of totality coming up have a cloud-free view? Yeah, so right now what we're looking at right here, Emily, this is in totality. So Mazatlan, Mexico is in totality. So as that's happening, sorry for the noise. Let me get that noise out of here. It's because I brought in that other source. So let me get that out of here. Sorry about that. Shut that off. There we go. All right. Hopefully that's better. So that's why we're keeping it right here on this feed here of Mazatlan, Mexico, coming up on the Pacific coast. So that's what we are seeing here. Trying to see if we can see the shadows yet. And it looks like we can. If you look very, very closely, I can take this full. If you look very, very closely down on the southwest corner, like just south of the Baja Peninsula, you can see it get a little dark down there. So that's going to be the moon shadow. So we're also going to have this view because I think it's really cool, especially as a meteorologist, to look at this from a satellite perspective as well. The path of totality, again, we have a lot of clouds around. I can show you that it's in that bottom box. Let me know if it's not big enough, because then we can bounce around a little bit and I can keep on going back, because it essentially looks the same until we get to totality. That's the cool part of the total solar eclipse. Clear skies in Sarasota, Florida. Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for being here. Addison, Texas, north of Dallas, or in North Dallas is clear. Awesome stuff. Nashville, Tennessee is in a partial eclipse, but there are some clouds around right now in Nashville that we're going to have to get rid of. Travis is hanging out in central Ohio. Very few clouds right now so far, and that's the key so far. Let's hope it stays that way. Starts at 1:54, so we're about to get that partial portion started in about 15 minutes in central Ohio. Totality just after 3 o'clock, pushing 3:10. So really, really cool stuff there. We'll see if we have some cameras coming in from central Ohio. Now, we've got a couple that will eventually come up from the Cleveland area and around Toledo, and both of those cities are in totality. So let me get you back to the actual eclipse. This is the first spot in North America that is going to, it is not freezing up on my end. So I would double check your connection because the stream is healthy on our end. All right, we got some people from Arkansas waiting for totality. Let's check in on the clouds, and that's going to be on the bottom. You see me zooming in there. I have our weather computer tied into that, so we're going to get in real close. San Antonio, we thought we'd have some issues, unfortunately. Just north of San Antonio, I mean, it's going to happen quick, totality, but, I mean, you got to go further up. But we do have some clearing anyway, just to the northwest of there, San Antonio, that is. There are some of those clear skies north of Dallas. Again, we're going to be in and out of some of those puffy clouds. And that's the other thing, too. So I'll bring out my arrow, and you see these guys right here? These are all puffy clouds. Now, what will help us out during the eclipse, as we lose solar heating, of course, to get those puffy cumulus clouds, what sound issue are you talking about? Because I don't hear any. Let me see. Okay, now it should be gone. Okay, the sound stuff should be gone now. Every time I bring a source in, it comes in with that weird sound, so we'll have to watch that. So thank you, guys. All right, so what I was saying before, these clouds right here, those are those puffy cumulus clouds. Those are born from the heating of the day. So we heat the ground, then you get that air to rise, and then you get that then you get those puffy clouds to develop. When we eclipse the sun, we lose some of that solar heating, so all of those clouds that are there right now around west of Waco, west of Dallas, those are going to go away. So hopefully we start to block the sun quick and we get those out of there just in time for totality. So we're doing okay west of Waco. We're doing okay around Dallas. Let's check out southeast Oklahoma. We have an unfortunate cloud deck right there, sliding on through. All of this stuff here around Texarkana, those are those cumulus clouds that we'd be watching those start to go down as the sun gets blocked. So notice we have some clouds coming in western Mexico at this time. We're still doing okay in Arkansas. This is what we like to see. See, these are those very thin cirrus clouds that you see moving through, those wispy clouds right there. Good stuff. Central Illinois checking in. Welcome, guys. Let's head back up. This is one of the areas that we were talking about it being just a little bit dicey, but still a good shot right in through here from Paducah to Carbondale to Poplar Bluff. Just around Carbondale now, we're looking really good. And into Poplar Bluff, we are looking decent right now. We just have a few of those higher clouds just south of town. And again, those yellow lines there, those represent totality. Just some high wispy clouds right now in Indianapolis, into Muncie, Mansfield, into Cleveland. This is our big-time trouble spot right now, other than San Antonio. Erie, looking a little rough right now. Hopefully we can get rid of these clouds on the back end. That'd be nice. Just south of Erie, we're doing pretty good. And then Buffalo, we are locked in it, of course. That's a real close-up view of the eclipse from Mexico. Let's see if they take us back. They took it away from where we were looking. Okay, so Ennis, Texas, that's just south of Dallas. So let me zoom up or zoom out. Gonna zoom this back out. We're gonna head back into Texas. Sorry, we went in Dallas, so that's going to be right in through here. And the good news is, at this present time anyway, that we have those puffy clouds. There are a few of those high cirrus clouds in the mix, but we are doing okay at this time, because those clouds will come down as the solar heating is blocked. So yeah, and this is what we don't want. This is another view from Mexico, and you see the clouds going across. We can, of course, see the partial portion of the eclipse, but that's going to obstruct a little bit some of the cool stuff that happens in totality. And that's a real close-up view once again. Okay, so we're getting pretty dark in Mexico now. Cloudy in Baton Rouge, yeah, we were one of those spots where we were going to be out of luck for the partial. There you go. I mean, we have thick clouds locked in into most of Louisiana, most of Mississippi. We're doing okay in Georgia. Somebody asked about when it was going to start. We're going to get underway in just moments. In Central Florida, the eclipse is now underway. Again, it's just a partial portion. I say just, but it's still really, really cool to go out there with your approved solar eclipse glasses or that DIY device. I think those things are pretty cool, even if it's just a projection, to watch all of that as well. So just want to welcome everybody that is joining the stream. Thanks for the conversations over the past couple of weeks that we've been not only highlighting the time of the solar eclipse for everybody, but the weather for it as well. So this is really cool. And again, we're back onto the west coast of Mexico, the Pacific coast of Mexico. And this is where we hit totality first. This is where we hit it first for North America. So this is really, really cool here. We're going to see it first live. This feed you see there, courtesy of NASA, a nice telescope feed here, and it's getting close. We are getting close to totality. All right, let's see. Pipeman 1958. Yes, West Palm will see a partial eclipse. About 50%, maybe 45% of it eclipsed in West Palm. The Orlando area is about 65, and then as we get further to the south and east, you get a little bit less and less of the eclipse. So good stuff over there in West Palm. Again, it's not totality, but it's still going to be cool if you have the means to look at it. Those glasses again is really good, or are really good. Hey, Mary, good afternoon. If you're still on the feed, sorry I missed that before. I was working with some audio issues. You know how technology works. All right, so we have a really cool shot here. If you are just working its way onto the live stream, welcome. We're on clickorlando.com, News 6 Plus, the Just Weather YouTube channel, and the WKMG Click Orlando YouTube channel as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's see some of the comments coming through. Somebody asked about Minnesota. We are going to get a partial eclipse, but the deal with Minnesota is if you look at the bottom box I have here, I'm zooming in to the land of 10,000 lakes. We have the land of 10,000 clouds right now. Unfortunately, this is it. There are only minimal breaks, and you have to get super, super lucky. And right now, that's closer to Pipestone and Worthington and extreme southwest Minnesota right now, and then maybe close to the Canadian border. Where we're doing really good for the partial eclipse is going to be in Chicago. Now, the one thing is, we talked about this on the forecast leading up to it, this area of low pressure that's hanging out in Minnesota. It's drawing in some drier air, and that's coming through onto the northern end of totality for Indiana. So you're looking great right off of Lake Michigan. You're looking great in central Indiana and northwest Ohio right now, around the Toledo area. So really, really good stuff. If you can see that bottom screen right there. Somebody asked about how dark New York City will get. It'll get a little dark. I believe. I think you have like 90% of the sun. So again, you're not going to see 90% of the sun eclipsed. And then what I have going on the bottom portion of the screen there, that is So you're going to be. There's where it is in real time. So, yeah, you're about 90%. 100% is obviously upstate New York, and 80% is coming out of, like, Virginia Beach, right on through the Outer Banks, and then 90% New York City. So you'll notice it get a little dark outside. Not complete darkness or not like that, not as dark as what you would see during totality in that totality line, but all that stuff. But you're gonna notice it get a little darker out there. Saskatchewan's going to get a partial as well. Let me back this out. And you guys are going to see about 60%. Maybe closer to 50%. So you'll get about 50% blocked. Colorado, we're going to be in, depending upon what part of Colorado, you're going to have 70 to 80% blocked of the sun. So what I have going on there, and if you're wondering what I'm talking about, I have that box just below me there. In that middle is the real-time satellite view. We're watching that kind of darken up a little bit as the moon shadow goes over. Right in the big box, of course, that's taking center stage. That is the eclipse itself. This is the first part of totality in North America. That's going to be on the west coast of Mexico. And then at the bottom part, I've got the cloud cover in real time overlaid with the amount of eclipse. You'll see, since we have a bunch of questions coming in. For that guy that's saying it's just an eclipse, he has never seen totality before. I guarantee you of that. Because this is really cool stuff. Denver is going to see max at 12:30, so that is getting close. All right, so here we go, 1:54 Eastern Time, 12:54 Central Time. And the eclipse is well underway. We're watching the west coast of Mexico. There's the timeline there. So this is going to be the partial portion. The partial is underway almost everywhere. So 2:05 Central Time as we get up into southwest Indiana. So our eclipse, if you're watching in around the Paducah area in Kentucky, that is coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes. Of course, this is the big side here. We are waiting for totality in West Mexico. So really cool stuff. So Chicago is actually not going to be in totality ever. We're going to have a decent chunk of the sun blocked, but you're going to have to get about an hour south of Chicago, maybe even 2 hours south of Chicago, to get into that totality line. So let's see here. Let's get my little comment thing over so I can pull some comments over while we are waiting for totality. So thank you guys for the comments. Orlando, Florida will see about 65% of the sun blocked. So we don't get the super, super cool stuff, but it's going to be pretty cool too if you have the eclipse glasses or if you are working, if you built one of those eclipse DIY things. Kathleen Hunter says, totally sunny in Wisconsin. Awesome stuff. All right, we are getting close to totality on the west coast of Mexico. Look at this. We're almost there, guys. In Detroit, you're going to notice the sky get a little darker, but certainly an hour south of you is going to notice the total darkness. So you're going to see about 90-something% of the moon moving in front of the sun. So you're going to see about 90% of that eclipse, 95% of the eclipse going through. So you notice it get a little darker, but again, you have to be in that 100% zone to be able to see what is actually going on and all that cool stuff. The super cool stuff. I think it's all cool. All right, so if you are just joining the feed, welcome. We've been talking about the eclipse for a long time, and we are watching the first spot in North America to reach totality. We're just a few minutes away here from that happening on the west coast of Mexico. All right, so as we wait for totality, we're going to go back to that bottom map again. If you're interested in the real-time cloud cover forecast, obviously if you're outside, you know exactly what is going on to the real-time cloud cover situation here. We're watching moisture stream up from the Gulf of Mexico, and this is why Texas became, really, we knew this a week ago or 10 days ago, that parts of Texas, it was going to be pretty terrible to see the eclipse, especially around the San Antonio area. There we go. You have to be on the north side of town anyway, and we have to get really, really lucky because look at the cloud cover situation. There are a few breaks working through Austin. If I have anybody tuning in from the San Antonio area or Austin, post that in the comments. Would love to know what you're seeing. Same for Waco. And then into Dallas, we're doing okay. Right on into southeast Oklahoma, there's a cloud deck pushing through that is moving north. So this is the stuff that's problematic right here. I'm not concerned about this stuff. Let me because as we lose solar heating, we're going to lose those clouds. And one of the other cool things, the cool things that happen in a solar eclipse is that it turns, if you're in totality, anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees colder because you shut off the sun for a few minutes. And as that happens, those puffy clouds start to go back down as well. And then we really start to see those clouds. We'll get some clearer skies out there. So that's going to be a cool thing that happens. That's one of the things that you are watching for, to do that as well. In Orlando, Florida, we are getting about 65% of the eclipse. It is underway. We've started things off at about 13 minutes ago, and we are watching that start to happen as well. Let's see. There's every time I look back off to the left, we are seeing. I'm just checking out the other views to make sure we're on the correct source so we can bring you the best video here. So I can bring you the best video. All right, so we are still hanging out in West Mexico. So let me zoom out. We're getting really, really close now. All right, so post in the comments. I've got a bunch of stuff to kind of show you. Right now, again, this is the satellite view for where totality is coming up. Good question. Elliot asked about the devil. That was not. He's watching from Scranton, PA. Somebody asked about the devil comet. So many comments coming in. Well, I said comments coming in that I missed it. But he was asking about the devil comet. That is out there. Comet 12P Pons Brooks. It's out there. The thing of it is that we're really not seeing. It wasn't bright enough to be able to see it from the naked eye. Okay, so they took the west coast of Mexico away. Let's see if they go back. Let me pull in. Let me go check the feed real quick. All right, so sorry, the video might pop whenever I switch it, but I want you guys to see. Okay, it's back, so I don't have to switch it. Look at that, we're getting close. So what you're seeing there is the moon's shadow, or that's really the moon. The moon is moving over the sun, in between the earth and the sun, and casting the shadow on the earth. So that's why it's getting darker. Now, what we're going to be noticing very, very soon is the main event of a total solar eclipse, when the moon completely blocks out the sun. Now, of course, the moon is not the same size as the sun. It's a very unique experience. It's a very unique situation. The moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but the sun is 400 times further away than the moon. So it gives the illusion, and it works out perfectly, that it completely covers the disk of the sun. So it's really cool. It's the same deal if you were to take your thumb and look at the moon. You can kind of cover the moon with, you can eclipse the moon with your own thumb from Earth. So it's really, really cool. And again, it is a very, very unique thing to Earth, and that it's set up like that. So it's really sweet. And it's really cool. And you see here the sliver. So this is really, and this is a good time to bring up now that we're at this point. We're almost to 100%, but we're not. So this is really the difference between 95% of totality and totality, because you still get that sliver of sunlight to come through, and it doesn't make everything bright. Someone's asking, I thought all of the U.S. will be affected. It is affected by the partial. There's just that 115-mile, give or take, area of totality that gets the really, really cool stuff. So all that stuff. Flint, Michigan will see a partial, but you guys are not in, and that is not in totality. But you will see a partial if you have those glasses. You can look up and see it. Okay, so we're getting really close. Almost there. We're almost in totality in western Mexico. So we're going to take that full and just hang out and watch this. So there you go. We are in totality now. We're just about to get in totality. You see that iconic diamond ring look? When you get that last little flare of light sneaking out behind the moon, and then you have the kind of the beads around it. You see those kind of purple beads coming through? So that is where the rocky nature of the moon lets a little bit of light through. And now here we can see the sun's atmosphere, also known as the corona, as we have totality now in Mexico. So western Mexico, we are in totality, and we are seeing the corona. So now this is the part of a total solar eclipse for those that are downwind in the United States. This is the part where you take off those glasses. This is where, because you can't see anything that's too dark, but obviously the sun is completely blocked out by the moon, so you're not getting any of those harmful rays right into your eye. No, those are not solar flares. Good question, though. That is because the moon is rocky, so it's letting through a little bit of light coming out of the moon. I could have missed it though if I turned around to look at the thing. But that white halo, that white fuzzy stuff, so to speak, that is the sun's atmosphere that you cannot see just by looking at it with glasses. You need to actually block it out because it is so bright. One thing that people brought up a lot is, okay, it doesn't look like the moon. Why can't we see the moon? It's just this black disk. It's because the sun is so bright. And it's just the same scenario. It's the same kind of thing where you look, you kind of look at that. Look at the darkness really quick. So this is what it looks like in totality. So that is another really, really cool view here. That's awesome stuff. We'll go back to the actual main event. We are just coming out of totality. You see that flare of light back through. So now that's when you need to put the glasses back on. I hope they go back to that other feed, that other shot there of how dark it was. I brought it over for a little bit, and there you go. So the light is starting to come back in. Obviously a super emotional event. You see everybody excited there. I mean, it's a once in a lifetime thing. Sometimes it happens 2 or 3 times, but I mean, there's only a sliver of places that see an eclipse every time that it happens, and just really, really cool there. And we're going to continue to follow this, but you see the light coming back now in western Mexico where we just had totality. That's going to be that top left-hand box, the box in the top left, and then that is totality coming to an end, and you see the sliver back on the right-hand side. What I have on the right is the satellite happening in real time. Actually, both of those are satellite. It's zoomed in on Texas as we are going to get totality in the not-too-distant future. Alrighty, guys, we are going to take a very short commercial break. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll likely still see the stream, but if you see the commercials come back up, we are going to be back in 60 seconds. We'll see you then. The Earth is, or the moon is rocky, so it's not completely. It is not completely blocked. And when you have the mountainous regions of the moon, you still get a little bit of light going through that there. So that's what those purple and pink little beads were, as they're referred to, sliding right on through. So that was really cool. We're about to get that again. This is a really zoomed in shot here of totality. So Roxanne says the birds outside are going absolutely crazy in Lawrenceville, Georgia, sitting outside, but I don't know when I can look up. You can look up now. There's going to be a partial portion going on as we speak in Georgia, and now we're going to get ready to, if you missed totality with us just a little bit ago, we are going to get ready to see totality here. This is the second city up in Mexico on our stop, so we're going to get ready to take this bad boy full and see totality. And there we go. So there was the diamond ring, that burst of light that we just saw there. And I think you might have been talking about those little purple beads that are right around the moon. That's because, again, we have the mountainous terrain of the moon, so we have a little bit of sunlight trying to peek on through, and that's what we have going on at this present time. That wispy stuff, that is the sun's corona, the atmosphere of the sun that you really can't see unless you have it blocked by something. And now we have the moon moving in front, and we are in totality, Torreon, Mexico. Alrighty, guys, so we are still hanging tight in western Mexico. Every now and then you can see a wispy cloud slide on through, but we are in totality here. That's why we're keeping it full and just hanging out and watching it nice and quietly at this time. Couple of different views. I'll bring it back. We're watching the satellite in the top corner, and we are watching in the bottom right. That is going to be from Sanford, Florida. So, again, we're not getting a partial eclipse. And what you see going on in the bottom left box there, that was the diamond ring effect, and now happening again just up top. As the sun is, or the moon is moving away from totality here, and we get that burst of light. So now if you're watching, glasses need to be back on. It's hard to believe, but that sliver can blind you if you are looking at that without the approved eyewear. So now that was still in western Mexico. Again, as we're taking a look at the satellite feed here, we're watching it kind of darken through Mexico. As you can see the moon shadow working across from southwest into the northeast corner as it eventually will exit out of Maine and then into New Brunswick and into Nova Scotia, into Newfoundland. But what you're looking at there in the bottom right, that is the partial eclipse taking place in Sanford, Florida. I like to call that the Pac-Man stage there, as it kind of looks like Pac-Man a little bit, or Miss Pac-Man, whatever game you played as a kid, whichever two. Both of them are cool, but there's no bow on the sun, so it can't be Miss Pac-Man, I guess. Guess we can Photoshop that. All right, so what we're looking at here again, bottom is Sanford, Florida. To the right is Mexico. We just witnessed totality there, so we are continuing to bring you views from all over the country. Again, the partial portion from Central Florida. We'll see where they just went to. Now, here we go, Russellville, Arkansas. So awesome stuff here from NASA providing the telescope view of Arkansas, the orange of the sun there. So this is really, really cool. Sorry for the clicking. We'll get that off of there. All right. Bottom view is Sanford, Florida. The middle view is the satellite. Let me make sure that that is refreshing so that we get the best, the most up-to-date. And this is really cool. Let me show you this. Let me pull this over. Let me go into my sources and change. So look at what we're looking at in the bottom screen, okay? That bottom picture there over Texas, this is the visible satellite. In order for the visible satellite to work, you need sunshine. So you see totality approaching. So they're not going to be able to see it from the ground up because of the clouds, but that is the satellite getting darker because it's literally turning into night into the middle of the afternoon. So that is really, really cool. So you can kind of follow the eclipse and notice it get darker from Mexico through. And this will be really, really cool. We'll post the time lapse of this on the channel a little bit later to kind of show, but you see that big disc there in the bottom portion of your screen? That is the moon shadow coming up through totality. So really, really cool stuff. Again, I think that's really cool watching it from the satellite perspective too, but you can clearly see where totality is. So that is really awesome right on through there. All right, so let's check out where we're at. We're looking at, let me get back to, take out a bunch of different things. All right, so now, let me get the popping back. Every time I bring in the source, it'll pop for a second, so sorry about that, guys. But now we're looking at a couple of different views. The top is going to be Russellville, Arkansas. The bottom is Junction, Texas, so we're going to be close to totality in Junction, Texas. The right-hand bottom side is one satellite view, and I have that looping like that because if you notice this black area right in through here, that is totality. You'll notice it right down in here, and I think that's super, super cool how the shadow is just moving up that line, the yellow lines there, which is the path of totality. So a really cool perspective coming on through there. Let me change what I will do here in our little quad box that we have going. I'm going to change that top satellite and put in the times of the eclipse right up in there. So really awesome stuff. So we're watching the quad box with two views of the eclipse, and you see the zoom in there from NASA's telescope that's in Junction, Texas. And this is what we don't want. You see it go black every now and then. We talked about the clouds being an issue. Let's hope we get that clear for our friends in Texas over the little bit of time that we are rolling through, because if it's like that in a few minutes, that's going to be no-go. Come on. I'm trying to push these clouds away. All right, so we have two views of Arkansas. Let's get you another view here. We're going to go back to our other source. All right, so back in the quad box, we have what's going on? We have Arkansas in the bottom left. Not sure what, I can't read that in the top left. No, so this one actually doesn't turn blood red. That is a lunar eclipse. That's what we call it, the blood moon. So this one's not going to turn red. This one, when night falls over, when night falls over. Okay, so both of those are coming in from Arkansas. So we're looking at Arkansas on the left. Now Arkansas is on the right. Let me get all my telestrations out of here. What we're seeing, I think this is one of the coolest things, is whenever you see the moon's shadow actually going across the surface of the Earth from the satellite perspective. So you see that rolling out of Mexico. Just look at those two yellow lines. That is the path of totality. And you see that shadow moving up from the Pacific Ocean into Mexico and now working its way into Texas as we are approaching totality into Texas. So thank you guys for being here on the live stream. Really appreciate it, coming at you live on the Just Weather channel, on the WKMG Click Orlando page as well. I want to get you to another view here. This is going to be the partial portion in Florida. Okay, so we have Arkadelphia. That was the other spot in Arkansas that was coming up. This is a look at Dallas, Texas at this time. So it looks like we are doing okay in Dallas in terms of the cloud cover. Let's zoom in and check it out. We're going to lose the visible satellite in a second. And then also doing okay in southeast Oklahoma. Doing okay in Arkansas. But you see this, that's, I think, the coolest thing, where we're getting that dark. All right. Are watching in Kerrville, Texas now, where we are getting totality very, very quickly. The bottom section, and there's that diamond ring. Look at that. That's awesome stuff. So that is in Kerrville, Texas. Again, we have reached totality, and we have battled the clouds Really cool stuff as we are now seeing the path of totality work back through the central portion of Texas and into, or south central anyway, and come through. So this is what we were, see, we're in and out of the clouds. So this is the bad part. At least we saw something there in Kerrville. For the people that traveled there or are living there, look at that. So there's part of it anyway. And we had Junction, Texas up, but got blocked by the clouds. This is in Kerrville, so we're at least they're thin enough to see something anyway. There we go. There are those beads coming through the mountains of the moon, and there is the sun's corona. So some really, really cool stuff going on as we speak. So we're going to keep you here in totality. We're going to bring that full in totality. Okay. All right, so what we're looking at here, you can see where totality is in that middle box there. Oh, that's going to be somewhere around San Antonio. Okay, so I know that's one of our meteorologists in San Antonio. And
Oh my gosh,
you can hear that. So I guess they got some breaks in the clouds because they are screaming like crazy. Yeah, look at that. So they got some breaks in San Antonio, just enough. And you heard their excitement because I'm now deaf. That was really, really loud. So sorry about that. Anyway, see, it's so close. But at least they saw something in San Antonio. I'm not sure exactly where they are around the San Antonio area, but we at least were able to see something through the clouds. That's really, really cool, though, even with the clouds being there. All right, so that view that you were looking at on the right, they're coming out of totality in the middle there. That was from around San Antonio, Texas. And then what you are seeing on the right, that is a shot from Sanford, Florida. We're a partial, that's where we're hanging out. We're based out of Central Florida, so we've got our own crews hanging tight and all that. All right, so we are coming out of totality in Kerrville, Texas. That is going to be the bottom box there. We have clouds for our friends in and around San Antonio. I'm not sure exactly where our crew was. I know they're around San Antonio somewhere, but they got a glimpse through the clouds, and that's what we were hoping for our friends in South Central Texas, where, again, unfortunately, the clouds are there. Kerrville, we have some clouds as well. We can see the sliver, though, coming back through on the bottom box, and they are super excited in San Antonio. You see they've got a little mascot there with the Eclipse glasses on. So that's awesome stuff. Let's head to Dallas, Texas. This is now going to be Dallas, Texas, where we are coming up on totality as well. So a lot of happy people in and around the San Antonio area. Look at them excited. It's cloudy there, but they got enough of it. They got enough of the clouds to break just in time. So really cool stuff. On the right is Sanford, Florida, and on the bottom there is Dallas, Texas. We're going to take Dallas, Texas full in just a little bit. I wanted to bring you back to this. Let me change my source because I want to show you the satellite view while we have a second. So you can see totality coming across the shadow of the moon working now through the Dallas area. And that's basically here. You can see it in real time where it is moving across the path of totality. That bottom box, I would assume, is still Dallas because it's getting really, really dark there. Let's try. Let me bring that other feed back in. RAM 9, that's the middle one. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. All right, so that is Dallas, Texas. Right now, getting ready for totality. That little sliver of light remains. Remember, if you're watching this feed in Dallas, and we had a few people on from Dallas earlier, this is the time, again, where you want to make sure your Eclipse glasses are on. I know it's just a little sliver of light, but that can damage your eyes. Hard to believe. Hard to believe, I know. All right, so here we go. This is now going to be the satellite image of totality. That bottom right box or that bottom left box, it was outside in Dallas, Texas. Now we're back onto the eclipse. So watch that. Let me get that full because that's the part that we are going to be watching here. And there we go. Look how cool that is, that sliver of light. We're heading toward totality in Dallas, Texas. Shout out to everybody watching in Dallas. So that is what Dallas looks like in totality. I mean, it looks really, really, really cool. And there we go. I'll switch my feeds to get back to that full, but I wanted to show you that as I caught that. That's the... That is totality in Dallas, Texas. Awesome stuff. And that white stuff you see around the black disk there, that is the sun's atmosphere. That is the sun's corona. So they're checking it out in Russellville, Arkansas. That's the picture that you see on the right. That guy's using his. I hope that was some solar paper there. There is what it looks like back in Dallas. All right, and now we are bringing you some live views here. This is going to be of Sanford, Florida, where the partial eclipse has almost reached its maximum in Central Florida. That would be at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon that we get the maximum eclipse in Central Florida. Again, totality is not coming to where we are in Central Florida, but it is still really, really cool. If you have those approved eclipse glasses, or if you made one of those DIY viewers that we talked about, that would be the time. Obviously, go out now and check that out for sure. And in the middle there, we're still getting ready to head out of totality. I believe that is in the middle there, Junction, Texas. And then Dallas, Texas, we are coming out of totality. So Dallas is on the bottom. Dallas is on the bottom block. The middle block is Junction, Texas, where they are right in totality as we speak. There's the sun's corona again. This is really cool. And then on the right is Sanford, Florida, where a partial eclipse is taking place. It's all the same sun. It's all the same moon. It's just from the perspective. There's the diamond ring coming out in the middle. Love that shot there. Let me bring that to you full. And there we go. And then we just went in and out of totality, just like that, the few minutes of totality. All right, let's see where they are sending us now. Somewhere close by, somewhere along the Texas and Oklahoma border, that's where that shadow is working its way up. We're still in Dallas. We're on the other end of totality now. We are in the other end of totality. All right, guys, as we wait for our next spot of totality, we are going to take a very, very short break. A very short 2 minutes? We're going to take a 2-minute break. Stick around. We're going to come back, and we're going to bring you more sights and sounds of totality. Thank you guys so much for being here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty, guys, we are coming out of Totality in Russellville, Arkansas. Really, really cool stuff. We are headed now to Carbondale, Illinois. Shout out to the people that saw it in 2017 as well, that corner of southeast Missouri and into southern Illinois, extreme northwest Tennessee. Got in on all of that fun back in 2017 as well. If you are just joining at us, we are coming at you live on News 6 Plus. ClickOrlando.com, of course, the Just Weather page. Thank you to everybody that's been following the page and subscribing lately. It's been awesome meeting everybody, talking about the weather and talking about all things eclipse for the past couple of months. Thank you so much for all of that. We appreciate you. And then, of course, on the Click Orlando WKMG page as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is in Carbondale. We are going to take you also to Central Florida. Let me get you back. Let me find. I have so many feeds up right now. Let me get you to another feed, and I will show you Orlando, Florida. And right here, we're going to take Orlando, Florida. That is the partial eclipse. It is coming up on maximum eclipse time in just about, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 3:03 is the max eclipse in Central Florida. We'll wait till they steady their shot up just a little bit, and we'll take you back to Carbondale as we are close to totality. Sliding on up, I want to bring up, let's see here, because this is really, really cool. I will show you. I think I said I was going to show you before, and then we hit totality, so then I didn't. But you can see the moon's shadow working across Mexico and then into the United States as totality happens. Again, this is the sun projecting the moon's shadow right onto the surface of the earth there, so we lose darkness. This is the visible satellite. So in order for this to work, we need to have the sunlight. Of course, the sunlight is being blocked by the moon right now, and that's why we only have that's why we have that little bubble of darkness, if you will, that's rolling over now parts of Texas, Oklahoma, getting into Arkansas, Missouri, and into southern Illinois. Those two bottom boxes that you see right there, that is of Carbondale, Illinois. Totality is coming up in just a little bit, and we will wait for that, and we will show that to you full. Post in the comments where you are tuning in from. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, this is really cool to hang out with everybody and watch this event that is not coming back to the United States until 2044. Now, that's just a small sliver as well. 2045 is where it's at, 21 years away, but we're going to have totality for a whole heck of a lot longer than what we are seeing even right now. We get a little bit more than 4 minutes, which was even more than what we saw back in 2017, if you were able to see that eclipse. So some really, really cool stuff. All right, what's up in Northeast Pennsylvania? What's going on in Pittsburgh? Thanks so much for being here. I hope the sky is cleared up. It's always cloudy in Pittsburgh. We all know that. All right, so here's what's going on. We have some clouds in central Ohio. These look to be thin right now. We have some clouds in and around the Pittsburgh area for the partial eclipse. We'll see about 90% of that eclipse. Just looking over my shoulder, I was just outside myself with the glasses on. Of course, you got to look at it with the glasses on until it reaches totality. But it was just so cool. Even to see a partial, it's awesome. And I can't even imagine what the people in totality, you heard it live with one of our meteorologists in San Antonio, the excitement there, everybody when they got that glimpse of totality in between the clouds. Again, it's really cloudy in Texas today, so that is a very, very lucky thing. Erie, look at this. We might be getting lucky in Erie in a little bit for totality. We do have some clouds around. Buffalo, we're still looking pretty locked into the clouds. And then there we go. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this, and we are going to go to Carbondale, Illinois for totality. All right, so what we have going on here, we have two views of Carbondale in totality. I was asked before what those little like things of light that are shooting out. That's the sun that's still making its way through the sunlight in between the mountainous terrain of the moon. So that's really, really cool. Those beating features on the outside. And of course, that wispy stuff, that is the sun's corona. That's the sun's atmosphere. That is the main event. That is what everybody wants to see, other than the diamond ring effect. That's what everybody wants to see when you're in totality. Things go dark, and then what we're looking at here. So this is going to be Carbondale, Illinois, in totality for the second time in, what, 7 years? I wish I'd be 40 in 2045, my friend. Try like adding 20 more to that. I guess 15. Matrix in Orlando says no real change. Birds at the feeder. Yeah, and it's you don't really get a lot of the other wildlife stuff unless you're in totality or maybe close to totality. We're a little bit too far away for some big things to happen in Central Florida like that. But again, it is certainly darker outside. It is certainly darker, but it doesn't go dark like what we've showed you in San Antonio, in Dallas, and in Mexico where they have totality. So it's not, the clouds haven't come over. We are reaching the maximum eclipse in Central Florida. So some really cool stuff. Let me get you to the Central Florida look as we reach the maximum eclipse. So what you're seeing here in that center box is is coming up on the maximum. We are about 1 minute away from the maximum eclipse in Orlando. All right, so we are taking you to Orlando, Florida. That is where we are at. This is the maximum eclipse. It is 3:03 Eastern time. We don't get totality here, but there is a good chunk of the sun that has been having a bite taken out by the moon right now. So a really cool shot at 3:03 from our photographer just outside of our station. So thank you, Darren, for this awesome shot here of the maximum eclipse in Central Florida. Again, happening at 3:03 Eastern time. Now, in 2045, shout out to Central Florida and a lot of the Sunshine State, we get an absolutely insane eclipse. I know it is 21 years away, but holy cow, it's going to be awesome. Parts of Central Florida, really south of Orlando into the Point Siena area, Kissimmee, Claremont, Four Corners, and then just north of Tampa, will see totality for a whopping 6 minutes and 3 seconds. The maximum totality area of this one is 4 minutes and 30-some seconds. So you're talking about a full minute and a half more of totality in that 2045 eclipse. So this is fantastic. I know we have to wait quite some time, but this is really, really cool stuff. So the maximum eclipse is now over in Central Florida. We will gradually see the moon begin to move away from Central Florida. We will take it back to Carbondale, where totality has come to an end, and now they are taking us to Indianapolis, Indiana. Don't know what's going on with their shot here, but this is Indianapolis, Indiana. Might be the solar filter that they have on their telescope. And so far, the weather is cooperating. We were looking at that a little bit before. And if you're just joining us from the Central Florida area, we have reached the maximum eclipse at 3:03 Eastern Time in Orlando. Again, we get totality in 2045, but hey, we'll take it. This is awesome as we reach the maximum portion of the partial solar eclipse in Central Florida. We will gradually see the moon move away from the sun, and you'll gradually see more sunshine, more sunlight come back. It did darken a little bit as expected, but again, certainly nothing like what they saw in totality and what they will continue to see in totality. All right, we are reaching totality in Indianapolis, Indiana. So let's take you there. Here's another shot from Indianapolis. There is the iconic diamond ring, that last little bit of light before the moon completely takes over. And then there is the full blockage of the sun where we can see the sun's corona, some of that beating, again, as some of that sunlight works its way through the mountains. If you don't think this is cool, I can't help you. We were freaking out from a partial eclipse just outside of our stations in Orlando, Florida, let alone if you can see this in person. This is awesome. This is awesome stuff. I hope you guys are enjoying the live stream. I hope you guys are enjoying it in totality. No pun intended. Pun intended. I meant to say that. If you're outside in the path. No, it does not happen every year. It does not happen every year. A lot of the times it is over the open ocean, and you don't see it at all unless you are in the open ocean. So this is very, very rare. Last year we had the annular eclipse where you had 99% of it blocked and you had that ring of fire look. But no, this does not happen every year. And we won't see it again in the U.S. until 2044, and only a few of us will in the Dakotas and in Canada. And then in 2045, that's the big one that comes back. So again, this is something that don't take this for granted. This is coming in from Ball State University. That's what you're looking at in the bottom, and in the big view there in the middle is the partial time. There. No, it does not happen 2 to 5 times a year. I'm telling you, it doesn't. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Tuning in from South Africa. Awesome stuff. Thanks for being here on the live stream. Great to see you. No, do not look at this eclipse with just regular sunglasses. You will damage your eyes. Yeah, that's a no-no for sure. All right, so if you're just joining us, we are about heading into totality. What we are looking in the middle there, that is going to be Orlando, Florida, where the maximum eclipse just happened. And there we go. There's totality. We were talking about totality before in Indianapolis. Back on the screen now. We lost it for just 1 second, but it's back. We have that for a few minutes. And then let me get you another source, too. We also have... And then there's totality coming to an end in Indianapolis, Indiana. Mini Mo, I'm talking about in one location, my friend. I'm talking about in one location. And there are also several different types of solar eclipses. There's partial, there's annular, there's total. We're talking about the total. So those do not happen 2 to 5 times a year. All right, Cleveland. What's up, guys, in Cleveland? Cleveland has joined the party. We are pushing totality in Cleveland, Ohio. So, welcome to all of my friends that are watching in Cleveland. This is awesome stuff as we are watching totality. The bottom box and the big box, that is Cleveland, Ohio. And the middle box is Orlando, Florida. And here we go with the timeline. We've got the full sun here, so this is obviously into the northeast a little bit more. Cleveland is in the bottom box, bottom left, and then Orlando, Florida is in the right, where we've already had our maximum eclipse come through. Okay, so what we have going on here, we have the middle box that I just brought up. It's right below my head. This is the real-time satellite image, and we can follow the shadow where totality is right now. So we're still in the shadow in Dallas, where we've already had totality. Cleveland, we're coming up, so that shadow's working right on through. Let's get you into the Cleveland, Buffalo area. We can obviously see the eclipse, so we're doing okay weather-wise there. Buffalo, we're having some issues. Now, we saw in San Antonio, they were locked in the clouds, but we were still able to see it for a little bit of time. So it's my hope that we can get that done from Buffalo into Syracuse as well. And then here's the slam dunk for my friends that are watching in Vermont, parts of upstate New York. We talked about this 2 weeks ago now on this channel, that we were going to have the best viewing because we were going to mix totality with clear skies. And as expected, there is not a cloud in the sky from Presque Isle into Bangor, Maine. We're not in totality in Bangor, but we're close. Again, if you have the means to just get a little further north, you will experience something really, really cool. And then up in Berlin, New Hampshire, we're looking great. Most of Vermont, we're looking great. And then just north of Albany, in totality, we are looking great. Just a few wispy clouds into Messina. Also for my Canadian friends, Montreal, we are looking awesome. And then obviously into New Brunswick. Shout out to anybody watching in New Brunswick. We are looking great. Some clouds, though, into Newfoundland. We were talking about the southern end of Newfoundland might have some issues, and then here we go. Totality in Cleveland. Awesome stuff here. We're just going to let this ride. I'm going to take this full because you can't beat totality. I think there you can see some of the solar activity on the bottom right that is happening on parts of on the surface of the sun. So that is really cool. So those in Cleveland are winning this. This has been the coolest shot we've had so far all day. And then there you go. And then the glasses need to be back on at this time. I know just that sliver of light changes everything, but really, really cool stuff in Cleveland. I hope everybody enjoyed that we were able to get the clear skies there. We were looking like we were going to have a few clouds around, and they stayed away. We were talking about Cleveland was going to be a good spot, though, to see the eclipse over the past couple of weeks. So great stuff. Great stuff. All right, Tupper Lake, New York. We were just looking at you guys on the satellite picture. So on the right there is the eclipse from Tupper Lake. And in the middle there, you can see, I think this is so cool. I keep on saying this. But as we wait for totality in Tupper Lake, I'm going to bring the satellite full because you can really see it. And I can zoom this map out a little bit further. And you can see that little black thing work its way from Mexico all the way now into the central part of the country. That is the moon's shadow moving across the United States, moving across Mexico, and eventually moving into Canada. And you can see here the difference between the partial and the actual total. You can see how it gets kind of dark up in here, but it gets really dark around here. So again, that's the difference. That's that umbra and penumbra. The umbra is the full shadow where you get totality, and then the penumbra is the outer shadow there where you get the partial eclipse. So really, really great stuff from a satellite perspective as well. So the satellite's going to be right there in the middle. I'll zoom back in. And it's my hope, if anybody's tuning in from New York, post that in the comments for me. And let's just see how we're doing with the clouds. Looks like we're getting a little bit of clearing. But again, I really can't tell now because this is the visible satellite. You need the sun. And then what do we have happening? No sun. Because it's being eclipsed right now by the moon. So this is great, great stuff. So you guys had fireworks in totality. That's kind of cool. April says she loves science. I'm with you. This is great stuff. And we're getting lucky across. Look at this. Clouds broke up in Virginia just to catch it. Those satellites are geostationary, so they're hanging out 22,500 feet off of the Earth's surface, and that is where they stay locked in into place. That's that sweet spot where the satellites are, the geostationary satellites, and that's what we are using right now, the GOES East satellite. So that's how we can keep it on that one shot and stay locked in because they are constantly. Now, the polar orbiting ones, I believe that they are 11,000 feet off of the Earth there, right off of the Earth. Geez. And so the polar ones go constantly, so they don't stay in geosynchronous orbit like those ones do. She says completely dark in Melbourne, Australia. Yeah, not from the eclipse. That's a good one. I thought it was funny. But hey, thanks for tuning in. Debbie, do you have clear skies in Erie? How are things doing in Erie? We have a couple of clouds around, but you see them kind of erode. And that's what we were talking about, that right before totality or gradually through as we get in there, you start to see those puffy cumulus clouds start to wind down because we're losing the solar heating. And those kind of clouds need the solar heating to be there. These thicker ones, though, off of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario always give us problems. It's part of a bigger storm system, though. So my friends in Minnesota, we're missing out on it. You see all the clouds there. And the front is keeping clouds around through part of the east. My terrible line drawing there. But we are nearing totality in Tupper Lake, New York. Jason's checking in from New Zealand. What's going on, man? Spencer says, for me, it's stuck in the diamond ring stage and was supposed to be covered at 319. Awesome. Enough for the clouds to break up in Franklin County, Virginia. Good stuff. And we are closing in on totality here in Tupper Lake. You see the moon's shadow on the satellite picture in that middle box there. And then the bottom box is Tupper Lake. And obviously the big box is also Tupper Lake. Totality is so cool, says Judy. Checking in from Ghana. Awesome. Welcome to the live feed. Omaha 83% at 155. All right, guys, we're about to head back into totality again. So I'm going to get everything off the screen, and we are going to watch this happen. And there we go. So now we have the darkness, and you'll see something come up. And there is that iconic diamond ring look. So keep the glasses on. Bam, then you can take them off. Because the moon is now completely blocking the sun. We can see that because because the moon is blocking the sun. So what's going on here? That's actually the sun's atmosphere. So that is moving. So it's all that fuzzy stuff there. It looks fuzzy anyway. Alrighty, guys, while we are in a little bit of a lull from the cameras, we're going to get you up to the next path of totality here. We're going to be closing up into Maine shortly. We are going to take a very short 1-minute break here, and then we're going to bring you back to totality. Stick around, guys. All right, and if you're hanging out with us still on the YouTube stream, we are in Holton, Maine right now. We are coming up, and we are coming up on totality in Maine. So this is really, really cool stuff as we are watching almost the eclipse come to an end in the United States. We still have Maine to go, really the end of New Hampshire into Maine, and then eventually into Canada. So we're going to stay with it here through the as it exits Canada. So we're going to be on for just a little while longer, probably another hour, give or take. Yeah, so Carol mentions that it's the normal brightness in Kentucky. The real time, the only time you're getting totality is, or getting the real darkness is when you are in totality. Alrighty, guys, want to welcome back our viewers on clickorlando.com and News 6 Plus. We're also coming at you live on the Just Weather YouTube channel and on WKMG Click Orlando on YouTube. Thank you guys a ton for being here. We are picking up with the eclipse in Maine. This is a view of Holton, Maine, where we are coming up on totality, and some really good stuff. The weather is fantastic in Vermont, in New Hampshire, and in Maine, and all that stuff. So really, really cool as we head into totality here. That center box, I keep on pointing this out. I think it's awesome. As a meteorologist, love satellites. Can't talk about the weather without satellites. And you see it right there, that little black orb, so to speak, moving through. That is the shadow of the moon moving up that yellow path there of totality. So really, really cool stuff right there. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. I want to know if you saw totality or not, or where you're seeing the partial portion from. We are in the Orlando, Florida area, and we saw a partial, and we were going nuts. So I can't even imagine what it's like in the path of totality, where it's been really, really cool. So thank you guys for hanging out with us on Eclipse Day. We've been talking about this for a couple of months now, and it's finally here. So thanks for hanging out with us, watching this. I don't want to say once in a lifetime chance, because it does happen. You just have to travel to get there, because the path of totality sometimes, and really most of the time, is just about 100 to 150 miles wide. So it's not going to come at you all the time. And I want to know if anybody saw the comment, or I say comment because I'm asking people to comment, but the Comet Pons Brooks, if anyone had a telescope out, I'd love to know if you caught a glimpse of that. That's also hanging out there. If you have not seen totality, I will show you where it is. Some of the other really cool things, and we've talked about this in a bunch of videos, is the planets that you can see that are out there. Jupiter's out there to the north and west of the sun. And I will just show you the diagram here. Again, if you are in that path of totality, this is what you'll be able to see. Again, that's only in totality. It gets dark enough to see some of the brightest objects that you would typically see in the night sky, but at 3:30 Eastern time in the afternoon. So really cool stuff. The comet is hanging out up there. It didn't become naked eye visible just yet, but it is hanging out there as well. If you are wondering how we are getting this is what happens during a total solar eclipse. The moon is moving in front of the sun. There we go. And we're just going to stop talking because we have reached totality again in Maine. I'm going to take this full. This is really cool stuff, guys. And what we are looking at now is totality in Maine. This is the sun's corona. This is the sun's atmosphere. And you can just see everything that's going on that you normally cannot see. Scientists always look for eclipse because you can't see this otherwise. So you have to wait to do that as well, because you really can't see it otherwise. The sun's just too bright. Sherry said that she was looking for the Devil Comet, saw a planet. Really cool stuff. Either way, love that. So no, the sun and the moon aren't the same size. What's happening here, Shane, is that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's also 400 times further away from Earth. So it gives the illusion that it's covering it up. So that's what's going on there. They're not the same size. The sun is way, way bigger. So the comet will become visible if you have a telescope or binoculars, but I do want to caution, you don't want to look right at this, because if you do, that is going to, it'll blind you. It will literally blind you, because you're now magnifying the sunlight even further than if it was just a naked eye when the sun comes back out. So please be very, very careful. The solar flare, if a solar flare happened, you would be able to see it. You'd be able to see it kind of shoot out. Ruth says a lot of dogs barking in the neighborhood. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, is the animals go nuts. Birds go nuts. Insects go nuts. They think it's turning into the evening, and then they are like, what's going on? Where the sun came back? Deborah says, wow, with a diamond ring emoji. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Kitty is asking, what is the white part around the sun? That is the sun's atmosphere. So that's what we call the corona. And you can't see this on any given day because the sun's too bright. So the moon helps us out and helps scientists study this. And the diamond ring is coming back. Look at this shot of light here. And there we go. Totality is over, so glasses need to be back on. Spencer, I'm not sure what you mean stuck in the diamond ring phase. Because it wouldn't be stuck in the diamond ring phase. What do you mean? Do you mean about like in the planets in the night sky? Because those will be there. You just have to know where to look. What's going on, Garcia in Jamaica? Thanks for tuning in. Checking in from Colorado. Welcome from Colorado. There's a lot of people from Colorado on the stream that was just witnessing the partial solar eclipse. So the sun can blind you because the rays are so bright. Now, what the deal is, like in this stage right here, this is a really good spot to talk about it. You may not know, you may not think that you are getting hurt by that little bit of light coming in, but in reality you are. What the moon is doing, it's blocking out a lot of the light, but you may not get that pinch as much because the moon is blocking a lot of it, but that is enough light to damage your eyes. So we got another question. How is it magnifying the sunlight? It's just, okay, so it's just like, you know how in Toy Story, whenever Sid is using the magnifying glass to burn Woody, that's exactly what would happen to your eyes. So if you have any kind of binoculars there, any kind of lens that brings in the light like that, you'll literally fry your eye off. So that is why that's what would happen. Awesome. Thanks, guys. And if you are enjoying this stream and love talking about the weather and science and stuff, hit that subscribe button for me. It's been awesome to meet all the new subscribers on the Just Weather and the Click Orlando YouTube channels if you are watching us from there. So do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button as well if you're finding this helpful, if you are finding this informative. We'd love that. And if you want to hang out with us even more beyond the eclipse, we'd love that too as we get into severe weather season, especially hurricane season coming up. We got you covered with a lot of science and a lot of meteorology and none of that other garbage that's out there on social media. So hit that subscribe button for me. So a lot of questions on how the sun can blind you. The sun is very, very bright. And even in this stage right here, that's why you're not squinting as much, because the moon is blocking a lot. So you're letting in all of that light into your retina, and it can really, really damage your eyes. It may not be right away. It might be years down the line. There were people back in 2017 that unfortunately bought fake eclipse glasses, and now they can see the eclipse literally burned into their retina. So that is something that you need to be paying attention to, and really need to do it. You cannot look with normal glasses. You have to have those approved solar glasses to do so, or you could get away with welder's glasses as well. You need to have 13 glass, though. NASA recommends 13. Even 12, they say you can't look at it for the whole time. You've got to have the 13 as well. I appreciate that, Edna. Thank you for tuning in to the stream. Really, really appreciate that. So, no, you can't look at it with polarized glasses either. You need to have the approved sunglasses, and that goes with any day. Even if you're looking up at the sun just to look up on a bright, sunny day, you can't do that. Carol says Kentucky had a wonderful view. Awesome. Great to hear that. Thanks, Ruth. I hope you hang out with us more. It's great to see you on the stream. Because it is moving. It's moving, but it's moving super, super slow from our perspective anyway. In reality, that shadow is moving at about 15,000 miles an hour. So it's crazy. That's how we were able to get it from the west coast of Mexico and exit out of Canada in about 2 hours' time. So it's really cool. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. It's been great talking to you guys. So thank you for finding our stream and all that stuff. So let's see where we stand. I'm going to put that visible satellite. And we are back into Dallas, Texas. Of course, we saw totality in Dallas, and now this is kind of the tail end of it. And yeah, she brings up a great point. Again, don't ever stare at the sun, even on the bright sunny day, as we were talking about. It doesn't have to be the eclipse. It's whenever you do that. No, but it's the binoculars make it way, way worse. The telescope makes it way, way worse. But if you look at the sun in any capacity, you will damage your retinas, or you run the risk to damage your retinas. So, yeah, please don't do that. I think you're right. I think Ohio was the best view. When we saw that come through Cleveland, Minimo, I think I might have said 15,000. You're right. It's 1,500 miles an hour. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's 1,500 miles an hour. Yeah, so a lot of people were talking about can you look through the eclipse with a camera, and the answer to that is you need to have 1,500. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I misspoke and said in 15,000. It is 1,500 miles an hour, still really fast. So my bad. Thank you guys for catching that. So we were talking about the cameras and stuff, and people were asking about if you can see it through a camera or phone. Yes, but you need to have some kind of solar filter for those to be able to see it. It can damage the instrument as well. And Kelly says, yeah, you can have it. We had it here in West Michigan. Still basically sunny out, though. Yeah, and again, you notice it get a little darker, but still not as dark as what you would see in totality, of course. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to take you back. Since we are out in Orlando, Florida, we, of course, had a partial eclipse. Let me see. So now I have everything the same thing. I'm just working on switching some of the streams because I wanted to get you back to sunny Orlando, Florida. Bear with me for 1 second. RM13. That is what it looks like in Orlando, Florida. And let me change some of these sources as we speak. Looks like that was a party RM6. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. I can't walk and chew gum. All right, so there we go. The quad box is here. So now we have Carbondale, Illinois on the bottom. We have Burlington, Vermont in the middle, and then we have Orlando, Florida on the right. So totality has now come to an end for the United States. It is now working into Canada. For that, we can show you the shadow, and then we'll take you back to, and again, the middle box is Vermont, Burlington, Vermont. We just had totality. And then Carbondale, we had totality a little bit ago. And now the shadow of the moon is working out of the United States. Certainly it's out of Mexico right now. So that yellow line that just popped up, that double yellow line, not talking about traffic, but right there, that marks the path of totality. And where you still see it dark, that's where the partial portion of the eclipse continues. The total portion now, look how dark it got. So for my friends in Newfoundland, or in New Brunswick, sorry, and then parts of Halifax, Nova Scotia, and into Newfoundland, that's where we're getting it dark right now. So that is where totality is. So what you're now seeing on the bottom screen is Kerrville, Texas, and we are almost completely out of the partial portion of the eclipse. So we are almost completely over. All right, guys, we are going to take a short 2-minute break, and then we'll get back to some of the questions. So post those questions in the comments if you're watching on the YouTube stream, if you're watching on clickorlando.com and on News 6 Plus. We are going to be back in 2 short minutes. Stick around, guys. This has been fun. What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas back with you on clickorlando.com, News 6 Plus, the Just Weather YouTube page, and the YouTube page for Click Orlando, News 6. Thank you guys for being here. We have the triple box. I guess there's 4 boxes here technically, but one of them is my face, which you don't care about. The other 3, though, are what is happening across the country. So on the right, this is the eclipse in Orlando, Florida. The middle has been Burlington, Vermont, and now we're back into, now they just changed both of those to Cleveland, Ohio. So we're looking at Cleveland, where quite possibly one of the best views of the entire event came out of Cleveland due to the fact that we had some solar activity going on at the same time it came through. So really, really cool stuff as well. So the totality, I have a bunch of questions coming in. Let me bring those over. Hey, watch a lot of people watching from Australia. Welcome. It is in Canada now. Yes, so the partial portion continues in Iowa. Totality has come to an end for all of the United States. So now we are just kind of finishing out the eclipse here as we are rolling forward. But yes, it has moved out of the United States, at least totality. It's wrapping up in Texas as we speak. We're about a little more than 50% in Cleveland right now, and that will continue to get a little bit lower as we move over the next hour or so, rolling on through. You got it, Ruth. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hey, I appreciate that, and appreciate you joining in to the live stream, Wedrick. Thank you so much for being here with us and posting in the comments. If you have enjoyed the stream and like hanging out with us and talking science, especially the weather, hit that subscribe button for me, because we'll hang out well beyond this eclipse. And thank you to everybody that has subscribed and has been interested in the eclipse. It's been really, really great meeting everybody over the last couple of weeks, last 6 weeks, really, when we have been talking about the eclipse. So thank you guys for the support. Again, it's been really awesome meeting everybody in the comments section of YouTube if you're watching on the YouTube channel. So thank you guys a ton. All right. Let's see. Still kind of dim in Leesburg. Are you in Leesburg, Virginia, or Leesburg, Florida? I know two. No, the moon definitely moved in front of the sun there. I showed it live. It's a thing. So great question. Fernando asked why Maryland isn't dark. And the reason it's not dark because you weren't in totality. We had about 65% here in Orlando, and it got a little dim, just a little dim, but not even like evening dim. And I know you guys even had more of the sun, kind of a bite taken out of the sun. You really need to be in totality because that's how much sunlight really gets through. Even with 90% of the sun blocked, you need to have the full disk blocked out. So that's why you didn't do it. You have to be in totality. You have to be in totality to get the full effect and to get the darkness. You got it. Thank you for being here, Laverne. Really appreciate it. I went to school at Penn State for meteorology. There's a lot of math involved. So if you aren't a big fan of math, that's the biggest thing. There is a lot of math, calculus, and physics, all that stuff in meteorology, believe it or not. So there's a lot of that stuff that you have to go. So I would say it was a little hard, for sure. But if you're good at math, then you can get through. Hey, in Sweden, what's up, Lucy? Thanks for joining the broadcast all the way in Sweden. Glad you thought it was cool. 2 minutes is not enough for a bathroom break. That is my most common question on the live streams. I did not take a bathroom break, just a drink of water. Or a drink of ginger ale, actually. Sugar-free, so I don't get too amped up. Because I've been a little too amped up from the science that's going on right now. Maybe I did have sugar. All right, so someone is asking about the devil comet thing, and that's just the nickname. Don't worry, the world is not going to come to an end. It's called the devil comet because it emits different gases out. It emits gas in a weird way, so it looks like devil horns or like the Millennium Falcon. That's like the better way to describe it. It kind of looks like that. It was not visible to the naked eye. If anybody on here happened to capture it by way of the telescope, post that in the comments. I would love to know if you captured it. It's out there. It was hanging out around Jupiter. So if you were in totality, you saw Jupiter kind of to the upper and to the left of the sun. So that's where you would have seen it next to totality. Only in totality. Hey, Cowboy 24679. Thank you so much for joining from Austin. Really appreciate that. Thanks for being here. So they are, yes. So Sabrina's asking what's different about the glasses you need to see the eclipse. They have, stand by. They have really, really thick solar. So I don't know if you can really tell. I'm gonna hold it up to the camera, but you can't see anything through that. I wish I had actual sunglasses to show you, but like you can't see anything through that. The only thing that you can see through these glasses, and again, these are the approved solar glasses that have the ISO mark they're approved again for solar viewing. That is, it's just a very thin film, but it protects you from the sun. So it's literally, you put them on. I can't see you right now. Okay. I can't see the camera right now because it's so dark. And the only thing you can see when those are on, is the sun. And that's why it's not a joke, because that's why the Department of Transportation in various states have put on their things, don't drive with eclipse glasses on. Because you can't see anything other than the sun. That's how dark they are. So that's really cool. Mia says, best experience ever. Ruth is asking, yes, Penn State, Pennsylvania, out of state college. Central PA, where it is always cloudy. D says, shout out to Brooklyn. She's 6 years old. Thanks, Brooklyn, for watching the screen, for the stream. Hope you got a lot out of it. Marlene says, getting brighter out in Canada, got quite dim. Good stuff. Really cool stuff. There's nothing better than science. Thanks, Mark. Really appreciate that. Really happy you guys are here. Thanks for watching. James doesn't know I'm taking this, but there he is looking up at the sun with his approved solar glasses. So James is going to come after me once he realizes that I just took that live. That is our reporter. But I could not resist. He is doing it the right way. As that right-hand thing that you see there on the Pac-Man shape, the partial eclipse on the right, that is what he was just looking at. That was from Orlando, Florida. He is at Kennedy Space Center, where there's a lot of cool events going on for the eclipse, of course. That's one of the epicenter of space and science right there in Central Florida. So really cool stuff going on in Central Florida there for the partial solar eclipse. Let's see here. We have Burlington, Vermont in the middle still. We have, I think that was Carbondale. They keep on shifting that up for me. So we will see that we'll see that. Mid-Coast, Maine. Awesome, Cynthia. Glad you got to see it. Glad you got to see it in all of its glory. There we go. There's our box. There's, of course, the path of totality in the bottom left. Cleveland, Ohio on the right. There's our reporter, James Sparvero, once again, looking up at the sun with the way that you need to, with those approved solar glasses. So he's seeing that picture on the bottom right there, that is what he is seeing through his eyes. That is our cameraman outside of our station. Thank you, Darren, for these awesome shots all day as we've watched the partial eclipse in Orlando, Florida. James is, of course, at Kennedy Space Center, right there at the NASA headquarters. So great stuff. All right, so in the center part of your screen is Burlington, Vermont. On the right is Orlando, Florida. Let me try to give you some different views. Let me get back to my source. Okay, so while we're seeing if they put anything back into that feed on the bottom left, let me change that up. We'll get that path, which again, that's really down here. We're going to put in 13. Again, I'm talking to myself. And then there is the eclipse path. Again, we're basically out of the time to arrival anyway. What you're looking at now in the middle part of your screen, that is going to be the shadow. So this is one of the coolest parts. And if you're just joining the broadcast, I was showing this a little bit earlier, but what you're seeing on the screen right smack dab in the middle, hey, Blickett, thanks so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Wow, Nell, thanks so much for being here. That is far away. Thank you so much for being here. The question is, why isn't New Jersey dark? Because you guys weren't in totality. That is why. You need to be in totality to be dark. That's the biggest thing here. And James got a shout out as he is watching the total solar eclipse, the partial portion for Central Florida, on. So I'll let him know you gave him a shout out. This is a great question. Nell is asking what causes eclipses. So in the sense of the total solar eclipse, which is ongoing now, again, totality has left the United States. It is pushing well up into Newfoundland as we speak. But this is what causes it. Let me get to my graphic here. And we don't have eclipses every single time we have a full moon because the moon is on that tilted plane. So you see right here that green line, how it's tilted just a little bit. That is the moon's orbit around the Earth. So what happens in the sense of a total solar eclipse or any partial or annular solar eclipse, the moon is moving in between the sun and the Earth. In the sense of a total solar eclipse, that disk of the moon is completely blocking out the sun because the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, and it's 400 times further away from the Earth the sun is. So it gives the illusion that the much smaller moon is the same size as the sun. So it's really, really cool. So that's the moon moving in. Now on a lunar eclipse, the opposite happens. It's going to be the Earth moving in between the moon and the sun, and then it's the Earth's shadow that actually gets projected onto the moon. We call it the blood moon eclipse because the moon turns red in totality. Those happen much more frequently than solar eclipses. So it's really, really cool, but those are awesome as well. So we talked about the West Coast earlier. We were showing views from San Diego in California. The eclipse is just about over for you guys in California. Here's the deal for California. We saw about a 40%, depending upon what part of California you're in. If you're in Southern California, of course, really big state, that's where we had about 60% of the moon or the sun being blocked by the moon. So really cool stuff. Even if you weren't in weren't in there before, weren't completely in totality. It just ups the ante and the coolness factor if you're in totality. So yeah, no, you're right. It's it can hurt your eyes, and that's the big deal about this, is that you have to have those approved solar eclipse glasses, or you have to make some kind of projection, because in any capacity, whether it's a bright sunny day or just, you know, or anything, or an eclipse, you need to have that protection. So what we're looking at now, this is the total solar eclipse coming to an end. The right is the view from Orlando, Florida. The middle part is the view from Burlington, Vermont. It is still Burlington, Vermont. So you see the difference here is obviously Orlando's further south. Burlington had totality a little bit ago. And now we have everything ending. So it started from south to north, and now it is moving now it's going to move away that way. Camera's going a little crazy as we get it zoomed back in, but really, really awesome stuff coming through. I'm going to check the comment section again. And again, while we're waiting for some extra views here, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you want to hang out with us more often, some cool weather content, hit that subscribe button for me if you're watching on YouTube. Would love to have you on board. If not, give me a thumbs up anyway. It really helps us out a lot. It pushes out the stream a little bit more, so more people can see it. If you are just joining us, welcome, by the way. We're streaming on clickorlando.com, New 6 Plus, the New 6 app, and, of course, on YouTube. So thank you guys for being here and hanging out with us. Since about 1 o'clock, we jumped on here as we saw totality for the first time come up in Mexico on the West Coast, and then eventually go through the United States. Totality is over just about everywhere. At least in North America. The eclipse continues, though. The partial portion of the eclipse continues. On your right is a view from Orlando, Florida. And in the middle there, right smack below my head, that is a view from Burlington, Vermont, as the moon's shadow continues to work its way up and out of the United States. So really cool stuff here as we continue to watch the 2024 solar eclipse. Now, we talked about this before, that in 2045, if you're watching from the Central Florida area, or maybe visiting, or eventually going to visit, I know that it is 21 years away, but we get all of that in Central Florida right here where we are streaming live from. We get all of that, what you just saw. I'll show you that path of totality. It is really, really awesome. That's where we go in 2045. It comes in Northern California, and you're not seeing it because I didn't change my source. My bad. Hang on 1 second. Let me get back to the right thing. There we go. It comes right in through Northern California, right on through North Texas, Oklahoma, into Colorado, into Nevada, through Florida. And this eclipse, we talked about this before, the 2045 one blows this one out of the water in terms of time spent in totality. You get a full minute and a half to even 2 minutes in some cases. And the one coming up in Spain more recently than 21 years away is also much longer. I think that's also over 6 minutes of totality. But for those watching in Central Florida, I mean, look at this. If you're in the center of the center, so totality here in 2045 runs from about Bunnell to Sarasota and then right on into Miami. If you're right around Kissimmee or Point Siena, that's where you get totality for more than 6 minutes. If you're planning a trip to Disney in 21 years, you're going to get totality for about 5 hours and 50 minutes. So it's really, really cool. But we have to wait 21 years. That's the thing. So again, they don't happen every day, and that is why it is so cool. This is what it looks like in Orlando right now as the partial eclipse comes to an end, or at least starts. It's starting to come to an end anyway. So Family Lang says you're in Pennsylvania. It just happened. Good stuff. John got a small amount of darkness on the Click Orlando channel. Okay, so the baseball kid is asking a really good question. That is because, and I'll bring back this diagram, he's asking why it didn't get totally dark in New Jersey. Well, we weren't in totality. Let me switch back my sources here and go back to the weather computer, and I'll show you why. So we have two shadows. We have a really confined shadow. That's the umbra of the moon, and then we have the penumbra. So most of the United States, most of Mexico, and most of Canada were in the outer shadow. Okay, so that's the partial portion of the eclipse. There's the select few, though, that at about 115 miles wide, give or take, from the west coast of Mexico right on through the United States, and then eventually into Canada. This area, that's what saw totality in that kind of dark shaded area that says path of the total eclipse. So in New Jersey, we saw about 90%. If you were in Virginia or North Carolina, you saw about 80%. So that was the difference between literally night and day. Even if you were 99%, if you were not in totality, there's enough sunlight coming through that little sliver to keep things light. It's certainly a little darker, but it's nothing like what we were able to bring you earlier in the live stream, where we did have totality go over San Antonio and it went dark. And that's where the animals start acting crazy and all that other stuff, because they are super confused. So that is why 80%, even 99% doesn't cut it. And we were talking about in those videos that if you were close to the path of totality, just get there. Like the south side of San Antonio was not. And so if you had family living on the south side of San Antonio that didn't go north of the city, you missed it. It's crazy, but that's what happens. It's literally the difference between night and day. So that is a really good question. Let's get back to the satellite. Let's track where this thing is. Notice how much darker it is in Canada right now. Let me refresh this and bring up the latest view here of the satellite. This is over the last hour, and notice how we can start to see the clouds again. Because we have the visible back. We have the brightness back. The visible satellite, you need to have the sunshine to see it, and the sun was blocked by the moon for a little bit of time. That is why it's now dark up here, because it's like night, and we're brightening things back up over here. We've got all of it back now. The eclipse is completely over in Mexico. It is still raging up here, though. And you can see, let's see, where we lose the light. So now it's over the North Atlantic. Totality is over the North Atlantic, and that's a nice big storm system out there. That totality just kind of went right over. But we're starting to brighten things up again in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, after a really, really good looking eclipse in Cleveland. And then following that out, we will eventually get the sunshine back again. What you're looking at in the middle part of your screen, that is a live view of Burlington, Vermont. And we've been coming out of totality for quite some time now, but there's still that chunk taken out as the moon moves away from the sun. So that's really, really cool stuff. And this is how we're almost completely out of it in Orlando. Let me bring back up that feed. Look at that, just a little bite. And that's kind of, it shows you the perspective from where you are. Again, that's why it was so cool to be able to bring you a bunch of different views at once across the United States, from Mexico all the way to Canada, and then from Central Florida, and then everywhere in between, to show you again that, okay, we have this little sliver taken out in Orlando as the eclipse is coming to an end, but still a nice big chunk of the sun being taken out by the moon there as it continues to work its way out. So really, really cool stuff, and I'm glad that you guys that were in totality got to see that, and I'm glad that those that were on the stream really got to see it here. So thank you for hanging out with us, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Have to get that in there. Alrighty, guys, if you are watching on clickorlando.com or News 6 Plus, we are going to take a very, very short break. We will be back right here in 2 minutes. By that time, Central Florida will be just about over. Actually, it'll be right over. So we're going to get you to a quick break. We'll see you then. All right, for those that are still hanging out with us on YouTube, on the Click Orlando channel or on the Just Weather channel, thanks for hanging out with us. Trying to find my comment section. There we go. If you were to see my computer right now, I've got 3 million tabs open to be able to bring you all of the views and to go between all that stuff. So it takes a second to find what I'm looking for. So thanks for bearing with me. Okay. So good question here from Sit Down. He's asking, how is the moon shadow going in the opposite direction? It makes no sense with Earth's rotation. So it's doing that because obviously we have the sun that rises in the east and sets in the west. Rises in the east and sets in the west. Hold that thought. This is great news. Tanya was emailing me about the spot to pick, and I was hoping that you'd be on the stream or send me an email to know that you guys got it. I'm so happy. I am so happy that it was a great spot, Tanya. So I'm glad you got to see that. I hope you and your son both enjoyed the eclipse and got in the full view. So that makes me so happy. They went to Southeast Oklahoma and got in on totality. So thank you for that update. I'm about to start tearing up. So thank you for that. Really, really appreciate it. And I'm just so glad you guys got to see it. That makes me really, really happy. So thank you for hopping on and commenting. All right. So then back to the question at hand. What's going on is both the Earth and the moon are rotating in the same direction. Had to stop because we are welcoming back our viewers on clickorlando.com and on News 6 Plus. We were just talking about, or asking how the moon shadow is going in the opposite direction. And it's a really, really good question. And basically, again, look at that bottom picture there. That bottom picture, and this is one of the number one most asked questions of the last couple of months. How in the heck, if the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west, is it moving from west to east? It's because both the Earth and the moon are rotating counterclockwise. They're both moving from west to east. So it shows the motion of the shadow. That's the important thing. It's the moon's shadow that's being projected onto the Earth, and it's not the sun itself. So the sun's just kind of chilling there, and the Earth moves in the way, and the moon moves in the way, and both the Earth and the moon are moving in the same direction relative to the sun. It's tilted from southwest to northeast because the moon is not on a flat plane with the Earth. It's tilted a little bit, so that's why it's coming up from the south to north. So hopefully that helps. Alessandro, good luck in your match today, my friend. There's your shout out. And that's crazy. So we were talking about that. Darlene says we had 90% northern Kentucky, pretty clear skies. Louisville, though, it was cloudy. So that was, just a little bit of different distance, relatively speaking, and it's just crazy. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. Wouldn't be anything without you guys. So I really appreciate you all finding the stream. Really appreciate you finding the stream and hanging out with us because you guys made it awesome. You guys made it fun. Shout out to the Philippines. John, thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you found it helpful. And thanks for finding the stream all the way from the Philippines. Really, really cool. Heather says it had 100% and it was so weird. That is a great way to describe it. I've had so many people describe it as is weird. And I've never been in totality myself, so I can't comment other than just talking to people that have been. And by the way, if you were just coming back on clickorlando.com and on News 6 Plus, that big screen on the right, that's been Orlando. You've been looking at the eclipse from Orlando's perspective. It has now come to an end. The eclipse ended at 4:17. So we talked about just as we came back from that short break that you would get in on totality. So really, really cool stuff there. So yeah, super weird. All right. So what's going to happen here? I need to find a phone number. So we're all staying live here for a little bit. If you're watching on clickorlando.com and on News 6 Plus, you are going to join News 6 at 4:30. But we are going to stay on YouTube for a little while longer while we're waiting for the partial portion to wrap up. So you're going to see See, I told you I can't do two things at once because I'm looking for the phone number. What I'm doing now is I'm going to call into our IFB system. So this is the time that you see reporters or meteorologists look like a Secret Service agent. Well, I'm putting my IFB in so that I can hear the control room, and they're going to be talking to the anchor. So if you're watching the 4:30, if you have your dual screens up, if you have two screens up, maybe watching this on your phone or your smart TV, and then hanging out with News 6, if you're watching from the greater Central Florida area, you'll be able to see both of this, and you're going to get the taste of this if you're watching on YouTube. I just need to find the IFB number so that I can call in and hear what they're talking about. So I'm just scrolling through my phone right now. And by the way, that if you're just joining us, that is Orlando right there in the center part of the screen, and we're still watching Burlington, Vermont. So great stuff. I found the number, if anybody. So that's what that call is. I'm not making a call. So now I'll be able to hear what the control room is saying. So I'm just getting that ready to make sure that I could find it. And we're going to be on the news. And again, if you're just joining us, if you're watching on News 6 Plus, in about 8 minutes, we're going to send you to News 6 at 4:30. So you can keep up both streams if you're watching it on YouTube and are in the greater Central Florida area, or you can download News 6 Plus or head to clickorlando.com and see it right there. Okay, so now we're good to go. Earpiece is in. Now we can look at more. So that's a good question. It's because sometimes it can mess up. We were talking about it before, how it magnifies. The sun coming in, almost like how Woody burns, or how Sid burns Woody in Toy Story. You know, when he's playing, or how they light the rocket to get into the truck. They use the sun to do that, so they magnify the sun a little bit. So that's what's happening. It can mess up the instruments inside of your phone. Certainly, if you have a bigger things, like a big camera and everything. So that's how it does it. That's why it happens, I should say. That was the one thing we were talking to as we were making these videos a couple of weeks ago or over the last couple of days. So that it would still get dark, and we saw that. I mean, you can go back into the live stream, and we were checking in with our crew in San Antonio, and they literally went ballistic. They were so excited. It was so awesome to see because they had the thick cloud cover around, but it was just bright enough to see it. And it was awesome, and they all freaked out because I don't think that they were expecting to see it with how cloudy it was. So they they got it. You got it, Jerry. Glad you can turn in. Glad you can get the comments, and it's letting you do it. So glad you were able to see everything in its glory. Hope you're doing well in Baltimore. And there you go again from Totality. Tanya says again, and I'm just so happy for you guys. I'm so happy it was worth it. She says the 3-hour drive is it's amazing. Not even the word. And that's what I was hoping to convey over the past couple of weeks, that it is worth it, that this is just so cool to be able to see this. And again, 99% to 100% makes all the difference. It is crazy. So I'm just so happy for everybody in Totality, especially Tanya. We were having a conversation about where to go. So thank you guys for finding the stream and for watching it, and travel back to Texas safely. Please be safe out there. Interesting, yeah, and it all depends upon some of the time spent at it too, and the kind of phone and things like that. So all of that stuff. Yeah, so the eclipse is now the total part of it. I'll zoom it out. This is the other part. Whoops, I have the telestration on. I need to have. Let's zoom this out. So you see where it's dark now? So the eclipse is all the way, the totality portion of the eclipse is now over the North Atlantic. And then it's eventually going to come to an end just before it gets to the UK. So there it is, but you can still see it's dark. So the shadow's still hanging on down here. So we've got sunshine back across the south, complete sunshine, and we almost have it. What you're looking at here in that middle, I guess I should point down, right there is Burlington, Vermont. So we're still dealing with at least a part of that anyway. Sorry, sometimes that earpiece falls right out of my ear. And if you're just joining us, we're going to have this, we're going to kind of, so if it feels like I'm talking to nobody, I'm actually talking to our anchors on our news desk out of Central Florida. That's what we've been broadcasting live for the last, 3.5 hours since 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central of the eclipse. We're in our newscast at 4 o'clock. So you can head on over to WKMG, clickorlando.com. And if you are watching on News 6, News 6 Plus, or clickorlando.com, we're going to send you over to the 4:30. But in 6 minutes, we're going to be back and we're going to be talking with the anchors on how this went. Just talk about how the eclipse was from the vantage point of the stream. So we're going to stay here. So or keep it here on YouTube. So if it looks like I'm just having a conversation with myself, it is not with myself. It is with our anchor desk. And again, you can see that on News 6 Plus and WKMG and all that stuff. Alrighty, guys, on News 6 Plus and Click Orlando, News 6 at 4:30 starts now. So Catherine, on the Click Orlando page, my fifth graders want to know why cloudiness prevents you from seeing the eclipse. If they are thick enough clouds, then it's going to block everything out. The good news is a lot of the clouds that were, especially in Florida and across parts of the path to totality, were those wispy clouds that they kind of filter out the sun so you can still see some things. Now in totality, that kind of robs you a little bit. But still, we were able to see a lot of it. So if you were still on, Catherine, sorry I missed that question earlier. So yeah, and Norma, if you're still on the WKMG page, totality lasts for a few minutes because it's not exactly the same size. So that's why it looks like it's just hovering there for a little bit of time. So that would be the answer to that question. Let's see. I did, yes. Oh, sweet. So that was the start of the newscast. So that's what we're going to be on in a little bit. We're going to have that Q&A. So I'm just going to keep up Burlington right there. Let me take that. So we're going to be coming up on the newscast part of this in about 4 or 5 minutes. So just wanted to get up because I wanted to show kind of now as the eclipse is really wrapping up for the United States. Totality's over. The middle is where we still have our final view here. This is from Burlington, Vermont, as that little sliver continues to come out. But what we're looking at right in the middle of your screen is the moon's shadow moving across North America. I think this is one of the coolest things that you can see here as the shadow is just moving because the sun is literally being blocked. And we can tell this because we're looking at the visible satellite. Note where you see the white on your screen. That is cloud cover. You need the sun to be out. So visible satellite does not work during the night. You need to have infrared satellite. So that looks at the temperature of the clouds. But here, when we have the sun go away, we can actually see the moon's shadow bring the darkness over the land there. And you see it start at just before 1 o'clock there, coming in from the Pacific Ocean into Mexico and then through and exiting out of Canada. So really, really cool stuff here as the eclipse in North America is coming up a little bit. Okay. Perfect. That was the producer in my ear. Her name is Ashley. She just told us that we're going to be up in about 3 to 4 minutes, and we have about 2 minutes to chit-chat with the anchors. So if you happen to be watching on News 6 Plus or clickorlando.com, you are, of course, watching News 6 at 4:30. But you're going to see this feed come back, and we're going to talk with our lovely anchors on the desk about the eclipse that we just all witnessed together. So stick around for that, and you will see the kind of our end portion of the TV world. It's just Mike says totality in Indianapolis was just amazing. Awesome. About New Jersey, if you had cloud cover around, that might have been why. But I mean, if you didn't look up at the sun, then you wouldn't have seen it. I know that kind of seems weird, but you may not know if something was going on otherwise unless you're in totality. That's the thing. You really need to be in totality or else know where to look. And again, if you yes, I did say the sun can damage your eyes. It will damage your eyes. Yes, the partial portion is ending in Connecticut, Melanie. So yeah, you guys got it. You weren't in totality, but the partial portion is rapidly coming to an end. I agree with that, Josie. Tom Searles is the best meteorologist ever. Don and Sharon Freilich saw a total solar eclipse in Indianapolis. That's awesome, Shannon. And she says she saw the partial, but still one of the coolest things. Really need to look at. First eclipse for her. That's awesome. If you just randomly see me stop talking or hear me stop talking, it's because I'm getting ready to do that live hit for the 4:30 newscast. We're out of the Orlando area bringing you the eclipse live and all that stuff. The baseball kid's asking, did the temperature change during the eclipse? Yes. In totality, it can drop anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees. And then if you're not, just a couple degrees. So it's even if you're in the partial portion because you're still losing solar heating. What? Yeah. Yeah, we had some people from Australia. They said they were also getting darkness as well. Of course, it's nighttime there, so it wasn't from the eclipse. So there was some fun jokes in the chat room as well on our YouTube page. Of course, we were bringing it live to you on News 6 Plus and clickorlando.com. So awesome. It's not a once in a lifetime per se because we saw one in 2017 and we're getting one in 2045. Clickorlando.com for that one. That is coming right into Central Florida, and that's going to be a really cool one. But you see that middle box? I'm jumping all over the place. I'm still amped up, but we are ending the partial portion of the eclipse across North America right here, and we just kind of saw that last little sliver of the sun as the moon moves away from the sun exit out. I want to show you something cool. Of course, I'm a meteorologist, so I love satellites. That's how we can see what's going on with the weather. Look at that middle part of your screen there, and you see that little kind of black area going across your screen? That is actually the moon's shadow from the eclipse. So the moon is moving in front of the sun and then casting a shadow on the earth. That is why there is darkness or partial darkness. If you noticed outside a little bit, it wasn't crazy, and that's what we talked about, that it would dim our skies in Central Florida. But in totality, you get that darkness, and you can kind of see the path there go through those double yellow lines out of Mexico as it moved into Mexico from the Pacific Ocean, and then you see it get really dark. Visible satellite, guys, works. You need to have the sun, and of course the sun is being blocked, so then it looks like it's nighttime, even from a satellite perspective. It's so cool. Yeah, I mean, because if you couldn't find the glasses, or if you didn't have time to make one of those DIY viewers, essentially the leaves are doing the same thing. It's acting like that pinhole camera and projecting the eclipse onto the ground, onto the street, onto the sidewalk. So that's another really cool phenomenon. Obviously, totality is the money shot. That's where you want to be. But partial eclipses are still really cool too, whether you're looking up or looking down at those crescents on the ground. So just phenomenal stuff out there as always. Science is awesome. I swear I didn't have too much caffeine. You guys are too. Sounds great. Thanks, you guys. Alrighty, guys. So we were just live on News 6 at 4:30. If you were watching on News 6 Plus earlier, that's what we did the transition. We got you back over to the newscast, and we're getting ready to wrap things up here because the eclipse has now come to an end in. I don't know. No, Max, I don't know what you're talking. A pyramid did not show up on the moon. Please, we're not going to get into conspiracy stuff here. We're talking about science, but it was. I don't know what it was. I didn't catch it, but. But no, I'm not. I'll go back and look. I'll go back and check it out, and see. But yeah, I don't know what it was, but we'll check it out. But anyway, we are getting ready to wrap this up. The eclipse has now ended for the United States. The partial portion of the eclipse is ending for Canada as well. And again, we've been hanging out since just after 1 o'clock. And it's been really, really awesome. If you are watching on WKMG News 6 YouTube page, thank you guys. We're out of Central Florida. If you want to stay updated on the weather in Central Florida, hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you on board as we bring you weather content in addition to the best news coverage in Central Florida. If you are on the Just Weather page, the page is just what it describes. It is just weather, and I guess a little bit of astronomy, because we do get into some of these cool things that I love to pass on to you in the science world so that you can go out and take advantage of and to take advantage of and to all that stuff. So if you want to stay updated on the weather across the country, across the Caribbean, across Mexico and into Canada, hit that subscribe button. We do almost a daily video. Sometimes I can't get them out every day, but we talk a lot about the weather, and we get into the science of it. We get into the meteorology of it. We stay away from, and we difference ourselves from all of the fear factor out there and for the hype. And we like to break it down so that you come away informed and empowered and know what's coming with the weather and know why it's happening. That's the important part to me, is I want to talk about the why as well. So if you like that stuff, do me a favor right now. If you're not subscribed to the Just Weather channel, hit that subscribe button for me, and then hit that thumbs up button. It really does help us out a lot, and I'd love to be able to continue this conversation as well as we go forward. Let me just check one thing here. Let me check. I can do that. Let's check it out. Okay, stand by, because I want to see if I can bring you. So if I have anybody watching from San Antonio, this is on KSAT Connect. So this was they had totality a little bit ago. So Taylor on from San Antonio on the KSAT Connect platform captured totality at 1:30 through the clouds. If you look closely, to two red circles burst out, fire shooting into space from the sun. So there was some solar activity going on at the time that Taylor took that picture. Awesome shot. Let's see if we can get the video rolling here. And so that's what I was talking about. There were some of the clouds that were rolling through San Antonio at the time. This is SA Faithful on KSAT Connect. Again, the clouds are there. I wish they wouldn't have been, but we were talking about the cloud cover being an issue. but they were able to see a little bit there. We're going to play this video full here before I let you guys completely go. And while we're waiting, hit that subscribe button for me. Shameless plug again. Oh, that's awesome. She says somebody in the chat says she got a cat today. Might name him Eclipse. That's awesome. I think that's a great idea. I vote for that. We got a couple of other votes from the people that can hear me around the live stream too. So we're fans of that. That's really cool. Thanks, Max. I appreciate that, my friend. He says he'll review it. I would love to see that. Because I missed it. We were bouncing around the things. So I'd love to see that. We'll dissect it. So thank you, Max. He's referring to the pyramid. All right, so here we go. Let's see if we can fast forward this. So awesome shot there out of San Antonio. Oh, these guys are ready. Look at this. These guys are ready. Some Texas family fun in San Antonio. That's what I'm talking about. This is a great picture on KSAT Connect. If you are in the San Antonio area, KSAT is going to be your television station of choice. I love this. In the backyard watching the solar eclipse. Thank you, Johnny, for that. Oh, look at this. Someone was talking about fireworks in totality. They did it in San Antonio. 1:35 in the darkness. That's kind of cool. That is really awesome. This is, again, KSAT Connect out of San Antonio. Look at that. Look, he's ready for the eclipse. That's Sam Nicole. They look approved to me. That's awesome. Let's see here. There we go. There's the diamond ring through the clouds. Claudine Perez. This is from Natalia High School just outside of San Antonio. There's the diamond ring. Great stuff. There we go. And Elisa caught a UFO as well outside of San Antonio in the upper left-hand corner. I wonder what that could be. Let's see here. This guy's dancing in Uvalde. Love that. Look at this. Look how dark it is. So this is the difference, again, between totality and being at 99%. Look how dark it is. So this was posted 45 minutes ago on KSAT Connect. They need the lanterns out. The street lights are on. Look at that. How cool that is. The street lights came on in totality. That's something that happens. This is a really cool shot. Hold on. Let me bring this full. Check this out. You can see it right there, the diamond ring hidden in the clouds. I'm so glad at least there was something being able to be seen in parts of Texas. Because I was worried, when it said, especially the satellite showing all the clouds. I'm just so glad there were some breaks. So thank you, Chris Mack, for that. Look at that. Totality in El Indio, Texas. Thank you for that on KSAT Connect. And again, KSAT is your news station in San Antonio if you're in that area. Oh, look at this time lapse. Look how cool. Look at it go from it goes from light to darkness right here. This is awesome. This is fantastic. This is great. Wow, that's a great shot. Great time lapse there. Let me bring up, I've got a lot of cool comments coming in. That's great. All right, view from the eclipse from the St. Mary's University area. This is around San Antonio again. You can see, again, we had the clouds around, but just wait for it. So Ferris is bringing up here when we watch this video, you see totality pop out. Look how much brighter it got right there. So he's saying, talk about how the moon and the sun are the exact right size and distance to make this happen. It's amazing because it has to be just this or else you don't get it. The moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but the sun is 400 times further away than the Earth. So that's where it can give the perception like they're about the same size. So it's amazing. It's amazing. Right, so it's not the exact same size. It's a little. It comes out to be just a little bit bigger. So that is why you had totality for 4 minutes in that case. So yeah, it's not the exact same size, but it's enough to be big enough to block it for a little bit of time. Ferris also mentioned earlier that the clouds make it look kind of cool, and I agree with him. It does kind of make it cool. It helps to filter it out a little bit more, and that is why you can do that. Tally says in Tira, Texas, the clouds cleared just in time to witness all of totality. I mean, we got really, really lucky in parts of Texas. Look at that. They went all out at KSAT. That's really cool. Mike is ready for the eclipse at the elementary school. Awesome stuff. And then there is Peggy, the total eclipse. Look at that. You can see the little beads on the end there. That is the little beads. All right, if you are from the Orlando area, click orlando.com/pins. If you caught an awesome shot of the eclipse, post them right there. I'm going to bring you to that page now. We're going to share some pictures around Central Florida. Aha, Ginger was just talking about this. That's what we were just talking about. The crescents. Look at this. This is awesome. So she just brought up about why you want to look down, too, during the eclipse. And there are some of the crescents showing up if this loads, but you'll see them kind of glisten off the ground there. Look how cool that is. See, a partial eclipse is also cool. Okay, let's check it out. We're going to go through everybody. Look at that. Reporter Eric Sandoval. Bandit was ready for the eclipse. Look at that. And those are definitely approved. Love that. Okay, I don't know where Michael was at, but he was obviously not in Orlando because this is in the path of totality. Awesome, awesome shot here. That is the sun's corona that we saw earlier in the day. Really cool. Really, really cool stuff. Share 75, Audubon Park, the partial eclipse as that came through. Thank you for posting that. That's on clickorlando.com/pins. Okay, this is really cool. Drove from Orange City to Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Slam dunk on that one. Awesome shot there of totality in Poplar Bluff. There you go. And there's the man, Tom Sorrells, with Julie Broughton. So serious. But they got a glimpse of the partial solar eclipse. Love that. PJ, thank you so much. Saved the eclipse from the last one, 2017, and got the pictures there. That is great stuff. Out of the Central Florida area. Not sure where Deacon Bill was at, but from his in-laws' front yard, obviously in the path of totality. Love that shot. Maybe somewhere in Texas, because that's where it kind of looked like where we were looking at San Antonio. That's great. Oh, there's the SpaceX launch, too, from yesterday. I think that was yesterday, from Oviedo. Oh, from Daniel Dom. Cool shot. Look at this crew. Look at this crew. That's everybody. That's Matt, Ginger, Julie, and Tom. If you are in a Central Florida area, News 6 is your source for news and weather. If you are watching on the Just Weather page and don't know that, just moved here, check us out, News 6. These guys are funny, but they are well protected from the sun. Love that stuff. Love it. Cool shot here from... All right, Langston. There you go. Got the shot through the eclipse glasses, and that's what you need to do if you have the cell phone. So that's cool. Yeah, Eric is saying in the live chat that he didn't know that people would use fireworks. That's the first I've heard it as well. There was a bunch of videos from that. Oh, that's cool. Not the eclipse, but that was from the halo there. The cirrus clouds we were talking about earlier makes that 22-degree halo in Silver Spring Shores in Ocala. This is going to be really, really cool. Every Friday, I do a segment on my show Weatherwise, and if you are in the Central Florida area or aren't and love weather content, you should download News 6 Plus because there's a lot of cool content on there for number one. Number two, at 8 o'clock every day and on demand, I have a show called Weatherwise, and we talk all things weather and then sometimes astronomy too. We have some things about what to look for in the night sky. So it's really cool. I'd love it if you download News 6 Plus and check it out. That is going to be called Weatherwise. You can head to clickorlando.com/weatherwise as well. That will bring you to there. All right, so while we were looking through all those other pictures, look at this. Nancy has a great shot. This is from Apopka. She says, later during eclipse, crescents through the leaves on the side of the house in Apopka. Thank you for showing us to look for those. So really, really cool stuff. Great stuff out of Apopka. Thank you guys for submitting all of these photos to clickorlando.com/pins. There you go. There's Ginger again. She's into it. Looking at the eclipse with those safety glasses. All right, Gadget got a great shot here. Trying to take it full. Gadget, if you're watching, awesome shot there through the glasses. That's the way to do it. And then Jeff H, 307 in Orlando just before the maximum eclipse. Awesome, awesome stuff. We're going to roll this until about 5 o'clock. We're going to do it at a nice even number here. Kim was watching from Orlando area, not sure where. It says unknown, but Kim, thank you so much for that. Clickorlando.com/pin. Sign up to be an insider so that we know where your location is. And everything. We'll check the chat to see if anybody has any final questions or comments. Ms. Conster, you've been with us for a while on the chat. Thanks for being here with us. She says that they did the fireworks here in Indiana during the total eclipse. It was really cool. That's awesome, and that's a great teaching moment for the kids, too. Jeanette brought up that she says she's shown her grandkids how to put their thumb over a faraway light to demonstrate how and why it's so much smaller, and then you can eclipse it. You can make your own eclipse with your thumb. It's really, really cool. I always go back, if you've seen the movie Apollo 13, how Tom Hanks' character is out there doing it with his thumb. He wants to go to the moon, and that's exactly what is happening in a total solar eclipse from the perspective. There you go. And that was from 2017 from Minnesota on clickorlando.com/pin. So getting everybody geared up. That was from earlier today, back in the day. Oh, look at that. A lot of great pictures, too. I could go on and on about pins. It's the best way. It's the easiest way to get your photo on TV, on the show Weatherwise, on clickorlando.com, and on News 6 Plus. So download it, or upload it, I should say. You upload a picture. Alrighty, guys. Once again, we are going to wrap up the stream. I want to thank you guys so much for being with us over these last few hours. It was really, really cool. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for getting the eclipse views from us here at News 6 Click Orlando. And just really appreciate the time, the comments, the commentary, and everybody that tuned in from not only Central Florida, not only from North America, but around the world to tune in for the eclipse. It was really, really awesome. And like I said before, if you want to continue to hang out with us, we do live streams when bad weather comes through. Certainly, I know we're having a happy time right now and don't want to think about hurricane season, but we're going to have you covered here without the fear and without all that other garbage that's out there on social media. I promise you, you're only going to get good sound meteorological and scientific information on these channels, on Click Orlando and on the Just Weather channel. So if you want to get that stuff and want to learn a little bit something and have the conversation too, again, the models are out there. We talk about them. We always break that stuff down together. So If you want to and like that stuff, hit that subscribe button for me, and we will see you along the way. Again, this has been a live broadcast of Totality that started at just before 1 o'clock in Mexico, or just after 1 o'clock in Western Mexico, and exited in Eastern Canada. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much to all of the new subscribers that have been with us over the past couple of months and really have found the channel and have interacted with the channel and have commented. It's been awesome meeting you guys. We're going to do this again, hopefully when the weather isn't bad, and hopefully we talk about good weather, but we're going to keep you posted when bad weather comes around as well. So thank you guys so much. Virginia, we'll see you in 21 years. You betcha we'll be here in 21 years for the 2045 insane solar eclipse that will ride through Central Florida. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Let me pull up some comments before I go. I do this all the time as well. If you have watched, if you know me, it's like one of those Midwestern goodbyes. I say goodbye, then an hour later I'm still saying goodbye. So you'll have to deal with that as well. Goodbye. Jewel, you got it. Virginia, we'll see you in 21 years. Hey, Lucy, thanks so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate you. You got it, JL. Thank you so much for choosing us and hanging out with us on the live stream. We appreciate you. Alrighty, guys, one more time. Hit that subscribe button for me, and we will catch you guys next time. It's been real, guys. Great to see you all. I hope you all enjoyed the 2024 total solar eclipse. We'll see you in 21 years.